we've got Matlock and Moreb, as well as Mavno. We got Necrontyr, Romanoid, Ruby, and Silas, who's pissed. Tung Shahur, who's pissed, naturally. Turok, of course, and Vines. And Eric would like a dwarf. Gamer Cow. Thank you very much for the 23rd month. That's almost 2 years. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the almost 2 years? It's almost a hype train, too. And now for things that died, we did lose a name, at least one named dwarf, maybe two. Jay died. And, yeah, Jay died. Any beardos, says Eric. YouTube folks, the first person to put 3 beers into the chat. Do you want the mayor? Eric? Can get a dwarf named after them. Sorry, there's things happening. I need to look. Eric, thanks for the $1. And Devil Dawn, thanks for the 42 months. Holy shiz. Thanks bunches. So Eric getting mayor. So the mayor's office is smallish. I keep on swapping out bedrooms to dwarves who are not in the military. But the mayor has a very small office, and seems somebody's waiting to yell at him. The mayor goes right here. Dark Squirrel. Squirtle, not Squirrel. What would you like a beard or no beard? Squirtle. So he takes offered help and gets without feeling particularly grateful. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He is quite polite and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this, as he values artwork and its creation. When he's thinking hard, he has a habit of licking his lips, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally sees introspection as important, values peace over war, and views loyalty unfavorably. He doesn't see cooperation as valuable and dreams of raising a family. Thank you very much for the hype train chat. It is at level 2. It needs 3 subscriptions to level up, or $13 in bits. There is, in fact, a sale going on gift subs if you're feeling generous. He has what was once a thin frame, now bearing enormous, thick layers of fat. Rakust Elkurgakit is the god that he worships. Thanks for the 5-pack. Double done. Which, this world is still new enough. I don't know who that is. Especially considering there's a bunch of other, like, human gods in here now. Slexmool Flaxen Pants? What? Did it say Gakist or Rakist? It might have been Rakist. God of death and murder? Yeah, it is, in fact, the god of death and murder. You're in the denomination of sins. And Dark Squirtle from the YouTube chat would like a dwarf with a beard so you can have a weaponsmith who's making an iron breastplate right now and running in a puddle of water. I think I spelled that right. Dark Squirtle, can't say that word clasp, is impervious to the effects of stress, has little time for forgiveness, and will generally seek retribution. He often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else, and he can be very single-minded. He never would pass up the chance for a good fist fight and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He has a greedy streak, and he has an active imagination. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And he is a friendly individual, and he is conflicted by this, by his nature, since he would ideally prefer more strife in his life, and he could be considered rude. He inhales sharply when he's angry, and when he's nervous, he has a habit of chewing his cheek. He rolls his eyes when he's exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day, but likes working outdoors, grumbles mildly at shite weather, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Likes cobaltite iron and fortification agate, as well as the color ash gray, gems, shields, dogs for their loyalty, the words of the gravel of aquamarine, the sound of the tulip of pantomiming and impossible for us to consume, 2-humped camel cheese, whip wine, and buckwheat flour, and elephant head amaranth seeds, and apricots. Absolutely hates blood gnats. Your values, you dream of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized, and personally could not fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly and harmonious society, and finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. That's your dwarf. What's up, screen face? And enjoy the emotes, guys. It's currently 2 minutes left on the hype train. Needs 2 subscriptions to level up or $9 in bits. Regardless, though, thank you very much for the train, guys. All right, so this is the fort currently. I need to fix this drainage system. But the fort so far, it's this tower thing in the untamed wilds. And we are currently at war with very angry birds. But to put it simply, what is the plan for this fortress? Well, the story so far is we settled here as an expansion for the military of our faction, and I had the goal of going after people who are raising heretical species that we just don't trust, that being reptilian varieties, and as well as acquiring other proper mammalian creatures and practical birds, of course, things that we get along with a little bit better. And since embarking here, I was initially planning to go to war with the elves, which we haven't quite done just yet. But I'm sure that they won't be happy with our massive farming capacity, or tree cutting capacity. However, I've done a little bit of scavenging and going through old monasteries collecting books for a library that I would like to build. And we had a visitor who I think is still here. Yeah, he is. This slave. So this slave is interesting because this means that this human faction, not all human factions do this, is actively running and owning slaves. That goes against our ethics. The dwarves, we cannot stand for this, so I've started a war with the humans. They haven't attacked me yet, but fingers crossed they do. Although the fortress is still quite young, we've got space to go. We've got time before that is going to be a more ongoing concern. But it'll happen. So that is kind of the current status of this fort. DB Explorer, thanks for the 2 gift subs, and Fida, thank you very much for the 5-pack. You're very kind. Thanks, guys. Well, enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes now that you have them. So that's kind of the short version TLDR of kind of what I want to do with this fort. This fort is borderline suicidal. It's going to be very hard to run this fort in any kind of consistently effective way. Between the ludicrous amounts of aquifers in this map, because it is actually ludicrous, and these are the prehistoric animals that we've managed to find. I've got these young babies, which we'll find out how long they take to grow up. I'm assuming they're going to take 10 years, but we'll see. I'm assuming they're just like any other rhino, but these are Megacerops. 1 layer, two layers down? Yeah. We also have this guy, which we bought from the elves, which is a Kelinken, which is this large bird, which can be word trained, and does lay eggs. Above the cavern layers, they spawn. Aquifers exist in certain stone types. So if you just have a proliferation of a lot of that stone, like they can exist within sandstone, they can exist within conglomerite, like pudding stone, a lot of like the more porous rock that it can seep through. I've seen them go through 1, sometimes 2 cavern layers, but this is just a really shallow map. It only goes down to layer 5 and starts at layer 40 and goes up to layer 70, which makes it really good for a surface map. So it's actually like kind of fantastic for what I've intended to use it for. But it has been difficult to build on. So yeah, that's the fort currently. Any questions, chat? We are, like I said, actively fending off incoming flying offense against us, against our people. And so it's kind of been a lot so far, but we're working on it. We're trying to bring in logs, which has always been a bit of a challenge. I've got my bolt throwers existing over here, or not my bolt throwers, but my Mark's dwarves existing over here. I think I should probably move them over here to defend the dwarves because, birds are thwacking them and they're going to keep doing that. We're going to need to get roads or flooring around the edge of the perimeter of the map. And yeah, that's the plan. And, you know, these keep attacking, but thankfully, my iron and silver bolts, apparently I have silver bolts, iron bolts mostly, have been quite effective. We do also have quite a bit of ammunition, as you'll see. Quite a lot of ammunition, and we are making more. I'm actually just going to go into here and say iron shields, please. Part of the reason this fort is a little bit suicidal is I do not want it to last very long. My goal is to get some big epic battles and then make it into a video, but otherwise, I want it to end quickly if it doesn't end up being all that interesting. And if it doesn't end up being all that interesting, then I want to start a new one because I want to get something made in the next month or so about this or utilizing this update, and also ideally the siege stuff, because I feel like I never really made a proper video featuring the siege stuff. So yeah. So chat, how have you guys been enjoying the update? Have you had any exciting events or happenings thus far? Face a forgotten beast without a proper militia. You send one of the cartoonists had to capture it loose. Oh no. And the Ankylosaur man? Oh yeah. I think it's really cool that we have hit an era where there is now a stronger animal person than elephant men, basically. We're in an ad break, so I will leave the game paused until the ads are done. Getting ready for an international flight and moving? I mean, hopefully international. Can I ask where you're moving from and where you're moving to? Like country-wise? Because that's crazy if you're... Unless you're moving locally and the flight is unrelated, but... There's like several that are like 5x bigger. I don't... Has the wiki been updated yet? I need to look at the wiki. I haven't looked at the wiki today. Yeah, no, there's been... I'm just looking for changes made to different... Oh, I see. There is now an extinction page on the wiki. This is new. With the release of the Dino update, there's also a Dino update details here. Oh, that's interesting. So, like, there's pages for all of them, but they need details filled in. If anybody wants to be a wiki hero, you can. Somebody's working on it. The first meaning of the world generations. On a smaller scale, landmass-specific extinctions can also occur, although they are not nearly so dramatic. Site extinction. That's cool. I don't really use either, personally. Also, Master Fork is called Artifact now, I think. But historically, like, I have used, like, Masterwork back when it was called Masterwork, just not in, like, close to 10 years, probably. Also, for some reason, the other Carnosaurus I saw fall out of a tree and died. I butchered it and found a pretty valuable platinum gizzard stone. That's always fun. I mean, that could happen on any animal, but that's cool. No, they are just giant. It's not that they don't have a giant version. They're just giant, right? So, like, you know, if a giant... How do I put this? If a giant hamster is like 100x the size of a hamster, it's still not, you know, giant, but a Brontosaurus is like the size of a crane. So it's not that they don't have giant variants, they are just giant. Is that not only the creature class extinct, but also having one for each in each age? So in theory, one could mod extinctions into limited Jurassic animal people. Also, I wonder if they're planning to add more sliders to that, so like you can be more granular about what eras of people you let in. Okay, so I had a moment yesterday where I was like trying to figure out where the fuck books are in stockpiles. Do they even exist in stockpiles, or am I crazy? I'd swear that they did. I basically never make stockpiles for scrolls, but now I feel very dumb.
Anther 6 Vibara Party.
I just don't want to put clothing in here, and I don't want to put armor in here. There's probably other things I don't want to put in here. Barrels. Pots. Store bin. You're going full dino mode, set shit up, domesticated, let's go. Have fun. Let us know how it goes. Radu, have you seen the new update? Also, holy shit. Why did I not know you're at tier 3? Anyway, hi. What's up, man? Thank you very much for the 36 months. Has it been that long? Oh my god. Is it a tool? Yeah, they might be under tools still. No, I mean, large pots are just under furniture, not under food storage. I've not tried the new update. We got dinosaurs, man. You could build Jurassic Park now. That's all. Thanks for coming to my talk. But yeah, much excite. I don't have any dinosaurs on this map, but there are agitated birds, which are basically the same. But we do have these dudes, which are like this is all vanilla now. So there's various different kinds of like extinct critters now, which are kind of awesome, if you ask me. I'm a super big fan of a lot of this stuff. So these I caught in my cage traps. But alongside of this, there's also, where are you? This thing, which I bought from the elves, which is also new. And they are, oh shit, we got gypsum. How did I not notice that? I need to do something with that gypsum. On top of that, there's also like 100 new animals total. So there's everything from like megalodons to Brontosaurus, Triceratops. I really like the Cosmoceratops, which is like the Triceratops but smaller and blue. Super cool. So if that you make with floors float in the air. No, it doesn't. I'm not making anything. Nothing is floating in the air. So if you're talking about this, these aren't floating. They're connected to the central staircase and these trees. Nothing is floating. Everything is like structured. So this is these are floors sitting on top of walls. Up here, this is a floor which is sitting on top of this, 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 which is connected to all this, which is also connected to the outer walls. Like everything has support. Multiple sources of support. It's been really fun to learn by doing with your fortress. You're on year 8, and you will start looking for caves now that you have a good military all the way from Brazil. Well, hell yeah, dude. Have a good time. Dig deeply and greedily. Find cool stuff down in the deep depths below. I'm sure you'll have a great time. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what, bastard? What are you trying to say? Big chicken? Yeah. Big chicken. I love the elephant just hanging out with Dino Tea. So the thing that I need kind of more than anything at the minute in this fortress is I need to get a library built and up and running. and I need to get more bedrooms built. And I think we're just going to do more stuff like this. These are a little tricky to build, but we're going to do more of them. What do I have for blocks? Just use chalk, because that's what I have. That's what we'll do there. I'll go along here as well. Because we need bedrooms. Have I gone the Leaf Lover's path? My brother in Armok, have you seen how many things are made out of wood that I've chopped down here? Everybody's just like, are you trying to be friends with the elves? I do that most of the time. The vast majority of the forts I build in this game, I don't go to war with the elves. Because I genuinely think that they are significantly more valuable to trade with due to the stuff that they bring. Like, the stuff that they bring is very valuable if you play too much of this game. But, like, this fort, like, I'm clear-cutting. I'm convinced that people who play this game's brains are broken in some ways. They're just like, you're building with wood? Are you becoming a leaf lover elf? It's like, no, this is the dwarfiest thing you can possibly do. Take tree, cut it down with big axe, make it into craft. That is dwarfy. Like, what is more dwarfy than turning tree into craft? Elfy would be, like, building around tree and not cutting any down. I've always been an elven agent. I'm a sleeper agent. I'm here to convince you of the good word of the ears that point up. It's like the knights who say neep. The ears who point up. I'm gonna need to hack down some more of this, mostly this. Only potential coke? I disagree. Very much grumpy, though. I do agree with that. You need to see what an elf base looks like. Very, very well-organized series of trees. Kind of like an orchard. You can run around in one in adventure mode very easily. Just play as an elf and start in one. Very well-organized series of trees in like a grid pattern with occasional very large trees, which are like the home tree that they all live in. So no actual structures, just like pathways and trees. It's like a planned forest, basically. IKEA would love them, aside from the part where IKEA cuts down the trees. Yeah, no, absolutely. If you're cutting down trees and crafting them into objects, you're a dwarf. If you are chopping down trees or not chopping down trees and just letting them quietly grow and then politely asking them to grow you swords, then you're an elf. But no, I'm a dwarf. And if a dwarf isn't taking full advantage of all of the crafting materials available, then what kind of dwarf are you? Like, dwarves explore art and crafts dwarfship of all kinds and varieties and styles. And if you are not taking full advantage of that, are you truly even a dwarf? It seems kind of like a poser mentality, if you ask me. I don't need another human swordsman. Good. If it was for mercenary, I would take him, but... Like those tribes that guide trees to make bridges? I think that's probably what they're intended to be, but like, there's a lot of parts of the World Gen and like World Gen cities that are maybe a bit underwhelming in Dwarf Fortress and have been that way for a while. As long as there's one tile supporting, you could build a platform covering the entire map. You don't need more than a single support. There is no risk of collapse, is what I should say. Like, Dwarf Fortress doesn't simulate structural integrity. For, like, performance reasons and also, like, oh god, all of the caverns would collapse reasons. Although Tarn has said that he wants the game to simulate structural integrity, he just doesn't know how to implement it in a way that would, like, 1, be performant, and 2, be fun. Which is kind of two critical things, if you ask me. I mean, what is your table made out of? That's you're not exactly keeping the tree alive to make a table or your desk. Okay, I need rock doors. Speaking of rocks, I am running out of those again. I keep running out of blocks. It's a little bit awkward. The entire 10-story being built and held by 1 support. Yeah. Okay, so something I'm going to do is I started digging over here. I think I'm going to actually go down to about here. Let's go this way and fucking hollow out this cliff. Because I desperately need more stone, and I'm severely out of it. Like, painfully out of it right now. And it's just because of how much aquifer this map has, which is way more than I was expecting. So we're actually going to go build a quarry. Oh, no, the elves are going to be, like, the biggest threat with dinosaurs. So, like, that's one of the reasons I'm trying to go to war with them, because I'm, like, kind of excited to see what they'll have. And if they have, like, creatures that are, like, you know, significantly larger than creatures have been in Dwarf Fortress historically, that's very exciting to me. That's very exciting. Is that a dodo? Nope. These things were apparently a few meters tall. Like, it's more like a jabberer than a dodo. Dodos look like they're wearing little hats, or like little masks kind of thing. I mean, if my fortress dies because I get sieged by an army of 1,000-pound dinos or 5,000-pound dinos, I am going to die happy. So we're exploring and acquiring stuff from old dwarven civs, which are admittedly pretty far away. They seem to have been destroyed by these necromancer towers some 100 years ago. Elves are a challenge based on the animals they bring. Dark and NES, like, if we're talking dwarves versus elves and the elves have no mounts, elves are not a challenge at all. But if the elves show up with elephants or giant elephants, the biggest source of death for dwarves in Dwarf Fortress is exhaustion, and those large animals take a lot to take down. So as an example, like, a single dwarf could kill 40 elves, fully armored, if that dwarf is fully armored, unmaimed, and well-trained. A single dwarf can kill, like, 6 woolly mammoths, if they're fully armored, uninjured, and well-trained, before they're too exhausted to kill more. That's what makes elves strong. But, like, realistically, is anything a challenge in Dwarf Fortress if you metagame it? No, not really, so it's kind of a moot point to a degree. But, like, I've been attacked by elves riding giant ravens before, and let me tell you, that might be one of the most difficult sieges I've ever dealt with, period. Are you seeing necromancer weirdness in this release? Sure. What are you seeing? I haven't seen any necromancers, so. Forts opened with 3.55, instantly being brought back to life and then dying in their... hold up. You're seeing reports of undead in 53.14 forts opened with... Oh, I haven't opened any old forts. But there was somebody who mentioned in the chat yesterday that they had a necromancer king who died of old age. Which is weird. It's like the necromancer by fort died of old age. What? Aren't they supposed to be immortal? Was I think the question. So there's some necromancer weirdness. That's one way to end necromancer superiority. But yeah, I don't know. And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for those meddling kids. Are little death machines with martial trance? It's insane. No, absolutely. Something I am planning to do probably around late August or September is just because YouTube chat's talking about old worlds, is I'm going to do a final run of the worst map in Dwarf Fortress history. So, which means I might reclaim one of the old forts, probably the original Godly Tombs actually, and see what the carnage in that fort looks like now, because that map still has would probably still have a whole bunch of cavern invaders on it, which should be weird to witness again. I am skipping Future of the Fortress this month just because it didn't happen due to, like, my brain being dumb, but I'll do a double one next month, Clino. Just an FYI. The elves are crazy. You would like to play with an elven fortress. Any idea if it's an update? If you go look at the Dwarf Fortress development page on the Bay12 Games website, there is a list of all the features that they hope to add. And one of those is playable humans, playable elves, and playable dwarves. And playable goblins. But, like, actually, I don't know if goblins are on the list. I know humans and elves are. The reason they're not playable in the game right now is because if you were to play them, it would just be Dwarf Fortress. But Tarn wants, like, humans to not be able to dig as deep as elves. So, but have bigger maps. So essentially, like, right now, if you start a fortress, you're stuck to the hard-coded map style of very vertical, whereas human cities are, like, super wide. So, like, imagine a version of Dwarf Fortress where instead of being able to dig, 100 Z levels down, you can build on 40 by 40 tiles. Does that make sense? But maybe you can only dig 20 Z levels down. So human fortress isn't a thing right now purely because of the limitations to like the game's engine, and so that needs to be rewritten. But it is planned, but I would actually say probably closer to Songs of Six than RimWorld, because you'd still have verticality, but like just much bigger maps width-wise. But because there's no, like, unique mechanics, like, right now you can mod the other races to be playable, but you're just playing, like, more constrained, less interesting Dwarf Fort. Also, I need to turn on a notification for migrants. Because I don't have one right now, and it's bugging me. Because I did a fresh install of this game not too long ago. Noble migrants, there we go. There we go. I mean, I don't know anything far in advance. And if that changes in the future, I will tell you. But at least currently, I don't get told anything far in advance. This is now an aquifer. We're just going to start digging out this so that I can have access to more stone. Because I'm running out of it. This is an aquifer now. And all that we have is a little bit of clay and gypsum. Let's go down to here and make a kiln. We're going to start making stuff out of gypsum. You would love if the elves could gain access to metals. Number one, I really like that Dwarf Fortress is like categorically not Tolkien. It's not that I don't like Tolkien, it's just I like things that aren't Tolkien. I like different flavors of fantasy. And we were talking about this a lot earlier today, Nick Knack. Like, to me, Dwarf Fortress is very much like pulp fantasy versus like Tolkien-esque fantasy. And where is that? Make plaster powder needs empty bags. Got it. I am kind of on the side of, how do I put this? And I've been saying this for a minute now, but if I were to wish cast away for the elves to get metal, elves have forces, right? Goblins are goblins because of the demon overlords that run them. So they're so super warmongery and they're super evil coded and all that because they are run by demonic overlords. What if elves could pray to their forces and be like, "Oh, great spirit of the forest, please bestow us with weapons to defeat the dwarven onslaught." And then they get given unique different metals similar to the god metals that the dwarves can sometimes get if they dig deeply. That would be much cooler to me. Or like, instead of giving them metal, Dwarf Fortress has had lore in the does not exist category for a while for things like Ents. Wouldn't it be cool if instead of having metal, they had like a fantasy equivalent where, or like a necromancer equivalent where they could resurrect dead trees? A dwarf drowned. Oh, probably a bird. Well, that's unfortunate. It's also one of my militia that drowned. That's funny. Like that to me is much more interesting. And I think I think we're very programmed in video games to be like, oh, well, this faction has this thing, so we should have more of this thing for the other factions to make them equal. I think like if you can come up with different abilities or different tools, that is significantly more interesting in almost all contexts than just the whole more of the same thing. Like, instead of giving them metal, what if you gave them, like, armor that was made out of woven sap that was an equivalent? You know? Give them something unique that's different. I don't know why I went to woven sap, but for some reason the words woven sap said out loud feels gross to me. But or like, give them like a very dense wood that's like heavier that, like, again, only they can access. It would also give you more reason to trade with them, right? Because it would give you different weapon varieties. Why would I stop using Linux? It's just an OS that works. Yes, I'm still using Linux. Bearded soldier named Cowardice. I'm sensing a theme. It's also nice to not have an OS that tries to sell me shit. Cowardly dunce. Cowardless. Cowardice? No, that doesn't really work. I see. Cowardice. Wine inks. He is bashful, very ambitious, and always looking for a way to better his situation. He desires little for himself in the way of possessions and is unfriendly and disagreeable. He is bothered by this, of course, because he values friendship. He's not inherently proud of his talents and or accomplishments, and he has a sense of duty, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He does not often feel lustful, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He is stubborn, and he tends to be a bit stubborn. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He can handle stress and lives a fast-paced life and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. And he is, when there's a pause in conversation, he starts talking to himself. You've been driven into a fell mood by Microsoft Teams often enough already. Yeah, I believe it. Excited to see some dinos, or just any other prehistoric extinct creatures. Doesn't necessarily need to be specifically dinos. I don't see myself ever using Windows again unless I'm forced to by some job. Like, you would have to force me to use Windows. Again. Kage, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. Also, you used to be rich. Checking to get a round of beers. Congrats. He personally does not respect the law, views loyalty unfavorably, and doesn't care about art one way or another. He likes mudstone, rose gold, almandine, the color crocus purple, whatever that is, maces, bucklers, and grates, and water buffaloes for their wallowing. And ashes for their flying keys, and whatever. Ashes for their flying keys. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I'm not going to reiterate the thing that I said 10 minutes ago about how chopping down trees and building out of them is the most dwarfy thing you could possibly do, but obviously not you doofus, YouTube chatter, who's saying the same thing that everybody else is saying. Grow some creativity. 2 seconds, chat. Apparently my blood sugar is low. Size. Now that I'm full of glucose. All I have to say is Ashes and the Flying Keys sounds like a Black Keys cover band. Because your job requires access to Microsoft Excel and Teams. Pro tip, you can use Teams and Excel on Linux. But Anyway, we're all caught up. So that's cowardice. Let's unpause the game. Keep it going. Keep it rolling. But yeah, ashes for their flying keys is a new thing. At least for me. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Adil the Gem Cutter withdraws from society. He likes Mudstone Rose Gold as well as Almondine, and that... Where was I? He prefers to consume Wren, Dwarven Cheese, Fonio Beer, Flax Flour, and absolutely hates snails. Member of the Order of Nightmares? And you have a pet cavy. I hate you. No friends, though. I don't know. One of the best pieces of, like, tech news I've seen, maybe this year, is that Microsoft, or Windows, I guess, as an OS, has lost 2.5% of the PC market on Steam. That might be the best news to happen to the tech industry this year. It's a jeweler's shop, and it's already begun a mysterious construction. Literally just grabs one gem. Well, that's cool. I wonder if ashes for their keys is what came in with the dye update. Because that would make some sense. Because the dye update did, in fact, add a lot of different seeds and things that could be processed out of plants. So that would make some sense. Will increase soon? I think if PC hardware keeps getting more expensive, it will. Because, like... unless they start optimizing Windows for lower-end spec systems, like it's. I mean, I talked about this on the stream yesterday, but I'm building a machine for like probably Nobara Linux to go under my TV. I'm building a TV box right now, like something that just boots into Steam Big Picture. But like the spec requirements that I'm targeting are like Tetris Effect and like emulation. Like, I'm not targeting, like, high-end games. Anything high-end, I can just run on my main rig and run over the network to the TV. But, like, I just want to be able to run Big Picture smoothly, and I want to be able to run, like, games from 2016 locally and earlier. What's up, Xeno? I do use Kden Live for editing, yeah. Is that excluding the Steam Deck? The Steam Deck isn't affordable. It was before the price hikes. But oh wait, are you saying that like is that including Steam Deck as like an OS on Steam? Yeah, that's all Linux distributions. Have I secured any dinos yet? I'm not really trying to, but no, I'm just trying to get ancient creatures. I haven't gotten any dinos, but that's only like 30% of the new stuff, right? Like I've got these guys, which are from the new update. So I've secured these, which are not dinosaurs, but are prehistoric extinct creatures. They're like a proto-rhino, which is awesome, if you ask me. Yeah, so it's trees. Like ash trees. Like ash is a type of wood. So yeah, I've never seen that before. But no, the Steam Deck is SteamOS, which is a fork of Arch, or a distro of Arch. How could you feed dinos in your yard? I don't have a yard in real life, so I couldn't. In Dwarf Fortress, I would assume they're either grazing or, like, bears or anything else. Everything is off. Dantas JJ. Literally everything. I pick and choose occasional commands to use. Jammy in YouTube chat says, I opened a CSGO gloves once and bought an OLED Steam Deck. That's crazy. With the resulting funds, and then sold your LCD Steam Deck for $320 on Facebook Marketplace. That seems like money laundering. But anyway, good for you, I guess. Also, I feel like you should have saved that and sold it for more, but... eradicating monsters. No thanks. Currently putting together a shelf and rearranging a bunch of stuff and found your drawing tablet. You're jazzed? Hell yeah. It's always good. You find things you forgot you had or thought you lost. I don't think it was the distro that they made, really. It's Proton that's made Linux more viable, primarily. IMO. Like, it's genuinely just Proton that has made, like, Linux what it is right now. Because, like, without Proton, none of this would have any real viability to it. Yeah, Wine as well, but I think more so Proton. And, like, the ease of use of Proton. Like, you know, like, yeah, Lutris has existed for a while, but, like, the ease of use of Proton just built into Steam is, like, really what's causing this. There we go. An elven caravan from Kathir Como has come. Overall trade sentiments are lukewarm. Please bring cool animals. Please. 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 I'm sorry, what? I have a copper Warhammer artifact? When did I get that? I have several. Hold on. Let me just go here. Go here. And say quality. Only artifacts. Just want to get those put into a stockpile right there. I need to see what's going on. What can I even do? Like I could sell some gloves. 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 It's like I can sell you some clothes. I can sell large gems. The options of things I can sell them is actually, like, extremely limited. I can also go up to here. I could sell them tame animals, which is something I'm going to do. We'll do that. I mean, I don't know actually how, I genuinely don't know how this became a Linux discussion stream, aside from somebody asking if I use Linux once. I kind of have been going back to this a lot recently. If you used Windows in 2007 or earlier, or if you used Windows 7 and you miss it, or Windows XP and you miss it, or Windows 98 and you miss it, notice how I skipped the bad ones, you'll like Linux. Genuinely. Like, it's what it feels like. It feels like computing pre-Windows 8 UI destroying times and Windows 10. Like, software as a service times. That's what it feels like. So if you miss that, if you yearn for that, you will have a great time with Linux. Nobody misses Windows ME. Those people don't exist. I refuse to acknowledge this. And I have a Windows 2000 computer behind me. Ironically, actually, no mold, I will push back on that slightly. Windows 8, great user interface for tablets. It just wasn't good for computers. Like, if they actually committed to the whole Surface thing, like Windows 8 was a pretty good direction for that. Like, as an example, Steam Big Picture, not a good interface for a computer. Great if you have a controller. Does that make sense? So I will put that feeler out there. It's just like GNOME or like OS or Mac OS. Pretty great for a laptop. I don't want to use that interface on a desktop with a mouse. If I'm on a laptop with a touchpad, I actually really like that interface. You'll be installing some form of Linux? Sure. I never actually had a Vista computer, so I've used them at friends' houses, but... That's a unicorn. Multiple unicorns. Well, let's see what they brought. Just a donkey? I am offended. Absolutely offended. Hopefully they brought some veggies. The donkey isn't a hat. Those fully functional, still intact asses. Because that ass ain't in a hat. That's just an ass. Okay, what about you? I don't know what a Tiktaalik is, but I'll take one. I guess I'll also take the rooster and the aardvark and we'll eat them. And I guess also the giant gray squirrel and we'll eat it. I guess the white gibbon as well. And I guess the hoary marmot as well if they'll trade for it. Oh no! I screwed up. Alright, well, we'll just seize it then. Did I screw up this cage? I must have. Must have been the cage. I'm sure they'll be very happy with me after that. What the heck are you? Small four-finned fish suited for short excursions ashore. So I should throw it in my well? Besides not having visitors or blocking off your artifacts, is there a way to avoid thieves? Nope. Well, putting all of your artifacts in your barracks is one way to do it. You either have to heavily defend your stuff or avoid thieves. Actually, oh, it must have been like one of the gems or something. I'm planning to go to war with them anyway, so it's fine. We'll butcher all these. And you, I will just put over here and see what it does. Yeah, they'll show up in the wild as well if you set them to be like domesticated. It just means that your factions will have a chance to have access to them from the embark screen. That's all it means. Well, that's wild. I'm just gonna dig down and give it a little puddle here, because it's an aquatic fish that can crawl up shore. It's 5 years old? Interesting. Has links between fish and four-legged invertebrates? Interesting. Unlike the well-known dwarven lungfish, which is like not even aquatic. Lungfish are so weird in Dwarf Fortress. Might be one of the better bugs in the game, let me tell you. Just a heads up, when you generate a world, you can, if you use Advanced World Gen, there are some tools that you can use. There is some options up at the very top of Advanced World Gen to increase the number of, what's it called? To increase the number of points that you start with. So if you want to embark with more dino-pilled critters, you could do that by just increasing your embark points. Did I not build a Craftsdwarf's Guild? Hold up. Oh, I did, but a bunch of stuff got stolen out of it, so it lost its value. That's funny. And I will just vertical bars them off. Actually, let's move this one. Victory Royale. That, I don't think I've ever had somebody ask me that before. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have credits. Like, or rather, it doesn't have like a end screen. You win. Good job. Well job. Good done. Like, that's not a thing that happens in Dwarf Fortress, really. So, because of that, it's very much a you win when you're satisfied, not a you win when you win, per se. This is the story is never over. Like, you can become a mountain home. Like, for me, becoming a mountain home isn't like, oh, I won. Becoming a mountain home is like, okay, this fortress is done, and it's time to continue the story elsewhere. That's the way I see it. Do I need a chief of security in this fort? Technically, I have one, but I'm kind of, I don't know, letting this fort be a little bit lawless, so I have more reasons to start wars. People stealing my stuff, well, I will start a war with you. Is the way I'm doing it. It's just an excuse to make a mess. Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game about dwarves getting stuck behind bars and being dumb. Dwarf Fortress is a game, like, designed to feel incomplete at the end of a fort so that you go build another one. That's really what this game is trying to do. It's like asking, like, here's a good equivalent. Do you get a victory when you are playing... Actually, maybe I shouldn't say this about games that I don't play because I don't know. Like Daisy or Project Zomboid? Not really. I mean, like, there are some survival games that'll give you a victory, but those are much more story-focused. I actually don't know. Does Kenshi have, like, a victory screen? I guess not. This isn't that kind of game, I guess. Also, I don't think I've ever had anybody say the words Victory Royale in my chat, so congrats. That's a first. Led you to successfully embarking into a savage tropical swamp and not get eaten by thrips. Congrats! You done did it. It is a bit opaque, though. I thought that there's like a way to finish the Long Dark. Although, admittedly, I haven't played the Long Dark since much earlier in its early access. They want windows. All right, well, down here, I do also have a kiln. I need to go up to here and make another clothes shop. And I've already got 2 looms. Got tons of hemp cloth and naff fabric. Cool. I should make a dyer's shop. But I need an empty barrel to do that. I mean, the Long Dark has had a story mode for a while, but it's not 100 dinosaurs. It's 100 now extinct real world creatures. So like this and this. Like I don't think that's a dinosaur. There is stuff from that period of history, which are like considered to be extinct creatures, but it's not specifically dinosaurs. But there are dinosaurs as part of it. Yes, smoking top hat. Is that? Oh my god, more native platinum. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Getting native platinum up in here. Y'all love to see it. So you are just going to make lie. I'll just say whenever the amount of ash is greater than 10, just make 10. We'll do that until we run out. And then I need to also make a soaper shop, which I haven't made just yet, I don't think. Because I was trying to increase the quality of my hospital yesterday. So that's what I'm doing. I don't get the joke, Hand of Fate. Are you trying to say that that common sense is an extinct creature? Is that what you're trying to say? I mean, I think that's just kind of the standard when it comes to, like, sandboxy challenge games, regardless of what it is. Dark Lord Waffles in YouTube chat, like, because they say even with RimWorld there's a few win screens, but the fun is the sandbox. It's like, if you make a game that's a colony sim sandbox, even if it has, like, a very bespoke, well-built, like, mode, there will always be a portion of it, or a portion of the player base, that will just completely forgo that, turn the difficulties up, and just see how long they can play in the sandbox, right? Like, that is just going to be a portion, and in some cases, the majority of the player base. And I think that just kind of comes with the territory. I need more quivers. And I need to make another leather shop, because I think mine got deconstructed somewhere. Yeah, it looks like it. You lost your fort to a siege you weren't prepared for at all? Massive Joyous Wilds Ocean? Hell yeah. Losing is fun because it's a reason to start over. That is true. Fucking rights, dudes. We got platinum nuggets. We got platinum nuggies. People keep asking me if I have dino nuggies. It's like, nye. Just platinum nuggies. And also I got a wall off down here. It's like, nah, I can do you one better. We got nuggets made of platinum. The trees look like chicken nuggets. Sometimes they look like an Among Us, which is real funny. Has massive... also, that's good to read, by the way. Tiny Hippo, that you're happy with the new world that you generated. Sometimes, like, one of the best ways to make Dwarf Fortress interesting again is just, if you've been playing a while or bored of it for a minute, is just generate a couple worlds until you see one that clicks. I mean, to me, sure, you could say that, Morton. I think of, I haven't played the story mode in the Long Dark, but the way I would imagine it being is, like, the difference between just playing the daily or weekly challenges in Caves of Cud and, like, just making a character in Caves of Cud. That's how I've always kind of imagined it in my head. I'm gonna put another grate right there. There we go. This is now all sealed off. Another one, of course. Although this one wasn't even one that I had in my fort. This was, like, a lot of these artifacts that are getting stolen are, like, ones that I've acquired from other forts that haven't made it into my fort yet. I also need to turn off the burrow for a little bit. Let other dwarves out, because we got some things we gotta go get. Chat, an ad break is about to run. I will be right back in a sec, because my coffee mug is empty and I'm gonna go rinse it, so I don't suffer from empty coffee mug syndrome. BRB. Alright. Hey, Carp. Did you get that thing redeemed? Does anybody know if you can shoot arrows while flying in adventure mode? If you are on the back of a creature, you can shoot arrows, and that does not matter if it's flying or not. If you are a creature that can fly, you can shoot arrows while flying. That is a big update, not gonna lie, the elves use them for battle, not seeing anything else in the patch notes. It seems to literally just be, like, I'm sure that like, some things have changed under the hood, but just going off of the patch notes, it really seems like this patch is the, like, less exciting version of what I was hoping for, I guess, but that's, you know how I say in the past I don't like to speculate because I tend to overhype myself? This is kind of what I mean. I mean, I would say I kind of overhyped myself a little bit. But I'm not going to complain about the biggest patch, like, the biggest pile of new animals Dwarf Fortress has received in a single patch since the Animal Fundraiser, which was 2010. So, like, this is the largest addition of brand new animals, in the time I've been playing, basically, since 2010. So, I was aware of the game's existence in 2010, but it's not like I was playing the game super actively back then. Handlemyth is a good name. That's a good name. You're 18 years old. Puzzle Staff! It's like being named Puzzle Box. I haven't noticed that at all. Kage? Are dwarves constantly dancing? Like, if it's the party song, it would probably be because, like, they're dancing too much. But outside of that, I have no idea. Competent spear dwarf. Dreams of mastering a skill? Sure. Throw you in there. I need more bedrooms, like, desperately. But now that I've got more materials, we can just start cranking them out. Okay, well, that just means that you've got 2 active of a tavern and you're looking at the tavern. That's not a change. You've just got a very active tavern. Like, if you pan your camera away from the tavern, it'll stop. Or if the tavern's less active, it'll stop. Or if you block the dance floor, it'll stop. But, like, that happens sometimes. Like, my Vampire Fort was like that. It was like, they would play Drink and Industry, like, every 5 minutes. So, no, nothing's changed. You've just got a very lively tavern. Party dwarves, exactly. Party in the fort. Let's just go to conglomerate. I'll just make that into a little sleeping zone with multiple bedrooms in it. This can be a bedroom. Oops. Clicked too quickly, and the click didn't register. How dare I? Okay. Let's see if they can build up here. They should be able to. You're a tad late today. Did you miss anything important? Mostly just babbling about what pulp is versus what pulp fiction is versus like normal standard high fantasy. That's about it. You think your tavern on this fort right now is at the center of instead of off somewhere else, which isn't normally how I build it. Also, it means that you have a big tavern, and it also means that you're playing a faction that all know the same songs. Because if not everybody knows the same songs, then they won't participate, they'll just listen. And you only get that song playing if everybody's participating. And sometimes it takes a while for everybody to learn it, but if there's very few different types of music in that faction that you're playing, and everybody inherently knows the same music, you'll get that song a lot more. Which is why some people are like, I think Dwarf Fortress is broken, I never get the party song. It's usually one of the two. It's either Dwarf Fortress is broken, I never get the party song, or Dwarf Fortress is broken, all I hear is the party song. Does anybody know? Anyway, I think I already answered that question, gamer guy, but. It was when you make a new Bible out of the verse of Ezekiel. Say it with confidence and swag. Well, I mean, pulp fantasy is a specific thing, but. What's this? Just quartz. And then I also need to make a singular glass furnace. Zoxu Waxen Mint wants to live here for the purpose of eradicating monsters, and I'm going to say no. I will go down here, though, again. And throw another drainage tunnel into here. So much drainage. Let's actually get rid of the tetrahedrite and just focus on the magnetite and platinum, because this is getting filled up already. Did the party song play? I've had it in this fort, but I don't think today, unless I wasn't paying attention and missed it, which may have happened. But how's your weekend so far, Meandry? Human herbalist has revealed the location of an artifact, which is fun. I'm actually going to go right here. I'm going to pen pasture my war elephants right here. And if anybody tries to steal our recently acquired artifacts, which are all these, which I've been collecting from dwarven places, I will have to kill them. Those are going to probably get put somewhere better for safer, longer-term keeping. I have agitated gray langur that I will butcher. Those can be butchered. You can be butchered. You can be butchered. You can be butchered. You can be butchered. All of these can be trained. And then the parents, which are these two, can be butchered. I'm going to do that so that I don't need to worry about the babies going wild again. Human mercenaries, those will take. I do need to make some more iron breastplates, though. I haven't had that happen once in a very long time. Sounds like skill issue, Shyamala. They're asking if more dwarves are getting stuck in trees. No. I've had dwarves get struck by trees, but not out of the realm of normal. I don't think anything has changed with path and code. So, also Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? Curious about how many people are listening to the stream right now. How's your weekend been? Anything interesting happen or just Dwarf Fortressing? Because I've been just like thinking about this patch almost a uncomfortable amount last couple days. And like anxiously checking the wiki to see if stuff's been updated yet. A whole lot of that, gotta be honest. Interred Stalker is visiting. You don't have beer? You said your last break was for coffee? Well, I mean, you do have access to Crypt Ber, B-E-R, if you follow the channel. Beer is just the way that we say hello to one another. It's just me saying, hey, sound off in the chat, instead of actually, like, you know, being like, stop lurking. It's just, you know, if chat's being a little quiet, it's the way I wake chat up. That's all that is. Now that I've got these cleared, I'm going to go into here, and I'm going to grab furnaces and go glass furnace. Oh, never mind. I'm dumb. I accidentally destroyed the stairs up and down into here, so let's fix that. Now that's sorted. Perfect. Why are you just like, I have information if you want to know something specific? It's like, okay, well, please tell me the exact meaning of the universe and all of the mathematical equations that will explain every portion of only partially or incorrectly factored or understood physics. And please explain whether or not there is a higher being. If you want to talk about like mechanics in Dwarf Fort, just be like blah blah blah. I don't need you to be all cagey. Just talk, please. But I don't have any specific questions. Usually I'm the one who has the specific answers, so it's like I'm not usually used to asking chat for questions. Fucking blab. What is the exact pitch that whales use to speak to one another whilst underwater? And are they in fact aliens from another galaxy, or was the documentary Star Trek IV: The Journey Home a hoax? I think I could just answer that with one question, which is yes. But fiction, actually. Well, I mean, ancient alien theorists believe. Tiny Hippo. Got a random question that you've made a tutorial video about in the past. Is it possible to make a large map on one solid-ish map? Yes. Like, if you go to Advanced World Gen and you go to the defaults, one of the options is region. Make a region. There are settings. It's like you have to remove, like, the amount of, like, shorelines, basically, and islands count down. Just do it, mess around in Advanced World Gen. But yes, you can do that. Do I know the exact settings off the top of my head? Absolutely not. But do they exist? Yes. Oh, I thought I set this up smarter, but I didn't. Whoops. Let's unforbid you. Deconstruct this. Deconstruct these. Unforbid that. Unforbid that. Go up to here. Go along the top there. And let's make some beds. Lots of things is fighting. Maybe not this exact moment, though. You can set up 0 for oceans. I like having it at like 1 or 2, but... Teach me about the God particle. What the fuck is antimatter? No, it's more just I like seeing it being populated. And if you have that information, don't be like, I have information. Just go populate the wiki. Like, if you've done math to, like, figure out how big creatures are and stuff, just go start editing the wiki. But fair. No, my actual, like, babblingness there when it comes to, like, the wiki is just, like, me wondering out loud when it's going to get updated. That's all. Like, not really, Oopsies, I don't want to pause you. I just want to delete that chunk. It's not really me looking for specific info. It's literally just like curiosity as to how long it's going to take to be updated, because this is the biggest pile of creatures the game has had added in a very long time. So because of that, you know, this is the first time the wiki editors have had to update the wiki this much in a very long time. What's the deal with this fort? Going to war with anybody who might have dinosaurs to try and do dwarves versus dinos. Literally, that's it. Also, we're getting attacked by birds, I think. Probably this, actually. Sorry at the family checkout. Uh-huh. Where's these? Oh, the deers are up here. Or we're just gonna catch them. They're also just like normal sized deer, which is kind of fun. How do you delete a construction that you just set down? Click this button and deconstruct. Click drag over it and deconstruct it. Like this button, designate constructed walls and floors to be deconstructed, will like clear stuff that you just set. Instead of having to individually click them all. Dwarf was found dead, dehydrated. That's drowned. It's more like dead, overhydrated. Oh, never mind, not dehydrated. It says drowned. I read that as dehydrated. Okay, I need to make some pumps. Because I've got 2 dwarves that have drowned in pretty recent history here. One was over here, and one is up there. So I'm just gonna go here, plop down a block right there, go here, plop down a block right there, just so that we can get these out. I'm sorry, agitated giant chipmunk? Well, that's adorable. Come at me, bro. What are you trying to do with those cheeks? So, is a cookout just a local way to refer to a barbecue? Hunting wildlife doesn't, but selling them butchered wildlife does. As far as the elves go. That is supposedly a planned feature that just never got fully implemented, Andrew, in YouTube chat. And I would love to see it get implemented one of these years. Be cool. Do have an injured dwarf right here who's missing a bunch of teeth and becoming a dwarven stretcher. Are those dwarves walking on water? This water isn't deep. This is like ankle deep water. Like, have you ever walked through a creek? This is a creek. So technically, I guess, but no, not actually. Yep, a couple of minutes away from afternoon. Nickpaw, how you doing today, dude? Also, we're getting attacked by wild boars, which is fun. So I haven't been to a barbecue in like at least 10 years, maybe longer, probably longer, Zotok. I've never heard like the distinction between cookout and barbecue, and I've also never seen or been to a barbecue that was not primarily outside. Zotok. So, just got back from visiting the sand dudes in Ottawa. Neat. Deserts are fun. Apparently a cookout is a barbecue what is outside, and a barbecue can happen inside, which is weird to me because like, isn't the whole point of barbecuing that it happens outside? Actually, that's not totally true. I went to a barbecue in 2023 at my uncle's house. It was like a summer family get-together thingy. This is all dumb. They're the same thing. Yes. I think it's just some people need an excuse to drink and eat piles of unhealthy food. And so being like, well, this is the one you do in the winter, and this is the one that you do in the summer is just like the excuse. That's how that seems to work from my dumb brain. That's funny that you're doing that. So where are these wild boars at? You stuck? Looks like it. I think I'm actually just going to set you to the clear and you to the clear burrow, which basically is just like a patrol where they go around the edge of the map. Trying to get these bodies out of these puddles, and if we can pull that off, then I can very easily... What do we have on the map against us? Then I can very easily... Okay, we got agitated wild boars, piles of elves and bards, a rodent woman's spearman. Oh shit, actually, I need to see what their weapons look like. No clothes, I guess, just a spear. I feel like they also got like a little overhaul too, didn't they? Like you can see its fur now. Or its hair, its fluff. We're getting even more granular distinctions about what is a barbecue and what isn't. A barbecue is a fucking thing that you use to cook food on a grill. Like, a barbecue is a tool, not a type of food. Y'all are wrong. But then again, I also don't go to barbecues, and don't generally eat barbecue. I'm gonna let YouTube chat fight about that for the next hour. Thanks for the free engagement. Okay, we're gonna... Don't forget to like the stream, kids. While you argue. You are pissed. I think it has roots in it's too fucking hot outside culture. So we're gonna cook outside instead of inside, because if you cook inside, then you sweat your balls off. That's how I read it. But sure, fair. That fire-cooked meats are good? I guess. That's not anywhere close to the priority of food that I go for, but... I tend to not eat a lot of meats, especially these days, so... It's just annoying to stay healthy for me while eating a lot of meat. The semantics of grilled meat. So my neighbor that I used to live near when I lived in my old place had a little homemade griddle thing that he kept on his balcony and would occasionally just make like veggie kebabs and hand out to people. Good things being good grilled is not limited to meat. I'm just gonna state that. In fact, I think some of the tastiest stuff I've had in my life grilled wasn't meat. It was like veggies, like broccoli. Char-grilled broccoli or cauliflower, thumbs up. V tasty. V good. Me like. Yeah, so this up here needs a roof. That should be fine. That'll be another bedroom. And then I'm gonna go up to here and then go charcoal. Not charcoal, chalk. I can read. This needs a roof tile as well. You need a floor tile here. That's one of the few ways to make cauliflower edible, Shay the Skunk. Conglomerate for this one. Let's just keep up material colors. That's all that I really care about. Oven roasted Brussels sprout? Oh yeah, I'm Brussels sprouts is good. That's still grilled. It's just not fire grilled. Like that's so I like I just I'm not gonna go out of my way to eat a raw cauliflower. Sorry. Like it's nothing necessarily against cauliflower. It's just cauliflower is kind of expensive, and like for what you actually get for it, it's like it's not the greatest value for your money. Personally, in my opinion. Respectfully. I don't know, for all the chaos that this fort's going through and for all of the outdoorness that this fortress is dealing with, these dwarves aren't that upset. You know, are they happy? Like, not necessarily. But I wouldn't say they're super upset. We're about to get hit by an ad break. I will pause the game during the ads and unpause the game when the ads are done. I do need to get these dwarves back inside for a bit, though. Because they are stressed the fuck out at the minute. So I'm going to limit the burrow usage. Except for where needed. Needs proper spicing? Sure. Yeah. So all I have left is to buy pricey cauliflower. My big splurge is always fancy oils. It's like I'm going to buy the fancy olive oil. Or like the fancy sesame oil. There is like 34 different effect combinations that evil weather can have in evil biomes. Everything from like causing drowsiness to causing fever to causing bleeding, warts, zombies, all kinds of things. So no, Whippy's Revenge. There's a lot of different things you can get from them. I think the most obvious ones are zombies. Like, it's the one that people yell about the most because it's the fastest, like, most noticeable one. But like the last fort I played, Mortal Sludge, it had Evil Rain, and that Evil Rain simply made dwarves get bruising and like bleed a little bit. I've also had ones that just make the dwarves dizzy. I mean, it's the difference between olive oil and extra virgin olive oil and then, like, pure olive oil. Like, yeah, you have to read the ingredients on those things. And, like, whether or not it actually tastes like olive. By the way, for those of you who are worried about these artifacts here, I now have guard elephants for them. So those should be safe now. I'm going to set you out on the clear zone, and then you back to training. Give them a break. Because there's like echidnas and shit that we're dealing with now. Which of course we're finding dead, but... I mean, these, like, just any random military dwarf has been busy. Oh, I love a little avocado oil. Avocado oil is good. Although I haven't splurged for avocado oil in a while. Knuckles, no. I haven't seen any hedgehogs, So Sonic's okay. Although we did actually kill a couple foxes early on. Sonic fandom is in shambles after this fortress. What am I doing here? I need another carpenter because my population is rising. It's such a weird fort layout, even for me. I gotta be honest. I still need so many bedrooms too. So many bedrooms. You need to be unforbidden. Toss you in there. You need a wall right here. Need to floor that in. Kind of amazed nothing's collapsed in the inside of my walls for a while. That was happening kind of a lot for a bit there, and it's kind of slowed down and all but stopped. Now that I've said that, it's going to happen again. You just watch. Let's go floors. Okay. Whoa! Okay, well. That's bad. Grabs, bites. So Siege Engineer has been bit. Mayor hasn't been bit. Hasn't been bit. You haven't been bit, you've just been grabbed. You're just punching it. You've been bit. Stunned, bleeding heavily. You've been bit. Stunned and bleeding heavily. What about under you? Fine, fine, fine. Oh boy, chat, can I get a pile of emotes for good luck? Did you get bit or did you just get punched in the throat? Yeah, you just got kicked in the throat. Left eyelid, which bends the neck. Upper spine's been torn. Okay, yeah, you're dead. All of my mark swords are just down here filling this thing up with and making it into a pincushion. Have you bit anybody else? Bites the human swordsman. You know what would be a really nice feature? The ability to filter by attack type. Like if I could just filter by bites, that would be real nice. Putnam, I've got a request. Because then you could like filter by grabs and stuff. Bites, animal caretaker. Burr? No. Buff. This thing ain't gonna live super long, I don't think. Although my soldiers are getting Demolished. Turns out. There's no way this ends well. This might be the end of this tavern being public, I think. I may need to make a new tavern. Also, what are the odds that somebody in this pile of monstrous nonsense has the secrets of life and death in their heart? What are the odds? So there have been zombies on the map a few times. I'm just gonna assume on that one. It's just a matter of time. Gozru lost a leg? Who's Gozru? Eric is just like conducting a meeting right here. That's funny. That's really funny, actually. Actually, hold on. Let me check you. This still is a bug. They're not supposed to show up like this. Exhilarated after being attacked. I was gonna say, if this person was petitioning for residency, that'd be really funny. It's like, I would like to live here. Uh-huh. Wouldn't you now? Boom. Okay, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I think the mayor's fine. You're not fine. I think you're fine. I think you're fine. I think you're fine. Okay. Tavern, no longer public. I will go over here and make a tavern that is public. My dwarves are all set to go inside. My military is going to be set to go train. And now I get to figure out how the fuck we're going to deal with this one. You, I can't tell to leave. How many bit? I don't know exactly. All of my dwarves that were bit are now in hospital. I'm going to remove this from the burrow and set it to public. I'm going to execute the visitors who have the buff tag. Assuming they don't leave before I get to them, which they very well might. There's one dead down there. And I'm going to set up grates here, or vertical bars, I guess. I'm going to be picky and use zinc for both of them. And I'm going to have my squads positioned in front of the hospital. Why do they have the buff tag? Because I was naming them that. As I was seeing them bit, I was giving them the nickname Buff, as short for Buffalo. Because they were werebuffaloes. That's why. Yep, they made it off the map. You've been found dead, which makes sense. Dear Pupper, why are you dumb? Fine. There we go. Sweet. Okay, now I can add this back into the burrow. Does somebody want to check the wiki and tell me when the next full moon is? I'm going to see where I can put bolt throwers. It's time to position bolt throwers literally in as many places as I can think of. Need empty bins. Okay. Well, it's time to make some bins. Those ropes, right? Blanking what's in a bolt thrower. Yeah, ropes, yeah. Cloth rope. How many bags have we made, actually? Because I told them to make 30 bags. I'm also going to need soap. Just make some soap from tallow. Malachite 17. Okay. We'll find out. Basically, like, what I'm going to have to do is build some bolt throwers, get them distributed, and then just have squads sitting here and ready to execute, if possible. This is going to be an interesting month. Very interesting month. Never boring, chat. Never boring. There's an excellent vintage basement for you. Yep. With sealed off doors. Also, now we're getting hit by ravens and great horned owls. No, I don't trust any of the people who wish to join the fort now, like at all. What a turn. Oh, absolutely. Still making the corkscrews. How many of those more are we making? I don't actually need any more of them, so let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of you. But keep making the beds. Keep working on the conglomerate. Katin, the gem cutter, withdraws from society. I'm not gonna lie, wasn't really expecting this fort to go in that direction, but, you know, here we are. This wasn't really on my bingo card. Whoa! Nomald, thanks for the 15 bucks.
Nomald 999 cheered. X 1500. Withdrawing from society is my favorite hobby.
Remember what I said, though. Be kind to yourself, dude. I don't need to see you not be kind to yourself in my chat. It's not pleasant. Like, I do understand the humor, but, like, you've pushed a couple lines recently, so just be kind to yourself. I'm just gonna make a bunch of bedrooms up here, too. But everyone needs a hobby. No, it's all good. No, Mold. It's all good. Just keep it reasonable and keep it funny. Don't make it real. I'm not aware of any were dinosaurs, which is a very funky sentence to say, but... What does were buffaloes do in the tavern for the average mood of a dwarf? I mean, seeing a dwarf die is fucking horrible. Once a month, they turn into a were creature on the full moon and just murder everything that isn't their exact species of were creature. So what do they do to the average mood of a dwarf? They cause many things to die around them and become them, which is really, 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 really bad and can end a fort if not immediately controlled. So what is it? Like, how is it for the average mood of a dwarf? Fucking horrific. That's what. Educated giant oriole. Although, those are so cool looking. I love giant orioles. I also love giant Oreos. They're great in your cereal. But oh my god, look at that. That's rad. Speaking of going extinct, chat. I need to use the washroom. Don't ever get diabetes. It sucks. Be right back. Woof. All right. The barrage? Yeah, keep it up. I love also that there's a demand for a temple to the Order of Nightmares right after a fucking were creature shows up. That's very funny to me. Okay, so Malachite. 17. Okay, so we got like just over 10 days. Oh, here comes a agitated great horned owl man. It's probably not gonna live making it over the wall. It's gonna kind of go this way and then blap. Just firing squad. There he goes. Thankfully, the dwarves are pretty good at their job. And by their job, I mean shooting bolts directly into Great Horned Owl person. That's the same one. I want to make a new one. The Order of Nightmares has become more popular in the light of recent events. Yep. Yes, indeed. Okay, just about 10 days. Good news is I'm increasing the number of bedrooms, so I guess that's good. It's like the one piece of good news we got. What do you think, chat? Does the fort survive this? The Marksdwarfs certainly are. Sen. Gem Cutter has created Totamugush, a white chalice stony ring, and offers it to the unwelcome lizard. What about the unwelcome buffalo? That's almost more where I seem to be at the minute. Let's just go here. And here. I'm going to go here and throw that. Nope. Okay, I guess I have no gems. How about actual windows? Because We are making windows. This right here. Oh, wow. A lot of this stuff needs to be unforbidden. Can be right here. Nope, never mind. It can't because I need doors. I'm just going to queue up a rock door order, and we'll just say make whenever there's less than 30 doors in stockpiles. Are you still alive? Yes, you are still alive. You have not been found dead. Very few dwarves in my faction have actually died. It's like maybe 4 or 5 today? Not that many. Like, don't get me wrong, dwarves have definitely died, but maybe not as many as could have died from that initial event, because thankfully where it did transform was like right next to a firing squad. Like 6 people have been bit, and like 2 dwarves died, and 1 visitor died, and I think 1 temp dwarf died in the actual fight. If I go down to here as well, we've got that. That's been queued up. Okay, I'm also going to throw in some more future tombs for what's going to become a well-built catacomb, but need to work on this one piece at a time. Then also rock coffin. Let's say 20. We'll queue this up whenever there's less than 10. Checking monthly. I guess I will use conglomerate because that's just what there is. Dwarves are all sparring. This right here. I've got 2 temples I need to build, apparently. This temple right here is going to be for whichever first one I find, the Order of Nightmares, I guess. Yeah, the Order of Nightmares, which has 12 worshippers. The value's way too low, but down here I'm just going to say, what did you just make? A perfect gem. What we can throw there. Right, actually, didn't I put that in the other one? Hold on. Yes, I did. White chalice stony ring. Oh, it's a ring. Okay. Ring. There. You can go right there. And this right here can be one of the artifacts that's down in here currently. I've been throwing them into a bin. Holy shit balls, that's expensive. So that's a sword. This is not going to be public. I'm actually going to say citizens only can worship there. Whoa, 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 buddy. That's not cool. You literally just stole it right in front of me. I'm just gonna kill you. Unless I can't. I can't! What if I expel you? Now I can. Come on. Well, you dropped it. There we go. Now we just need to go grab it. That was a fun distraction. Stop right there, you fucking thief. You violated the law. Wait, we have laws? That's a new, like, joke for me. I've never heard that piece of humor before. Also, they're all gonna go report crime now. They're like, oh no, it's been stolen. Really? It's been stopped being moved from its proper place. The escort of flesh, I think that's this. Yes. Okay, so convict. If you're still alive, you. Who fell asleep, and they're still set to kill it. Well, that's good. Kerplack. Splat. Well, that's good. It's dead now, Chad. You didn't make it out alive. You fell asleep on the way out. Can I get a round of applause? Good job. Well done. Much dead. Congrats to our brave warriors for stopping that criminal in their naps. Also, they had an artifact crossbow. I mean, come on. 6 days, yep. That's true. I'm just waiting for the minute-long ad break to be done so we can clap for a minute. Can bask in the honor of murdering the dude while he napped. Shoutouts to him. So that I can complete this up here. I'm going to recognize... Ooh. Cassie the Bone Carver is going to become the religious leader of this temple. And I'm going to put up some gold bars. So that's the first of two. His lack of both sleep and adrenaline. He'd been plotting for so long that he didn't even know that it was possible to take a nap. It was truly his downfall. Most certainly. And this is why they say that sleep is for the weak. Alrighty, Dwarf, who's praying here. Just gonna be like, this is gonna temporarily cause us some problems, but there we go. Just gotta move you so that you go over there to pray. There you go. Temple is satisfied. We just need to get that done. This up here is going to be a similar setup. Now that I've done that, I can fill this in. And this is going to be another temple. Similar design, similar setup. Do I have another window left? I think I do have another glass window left. Yes, I do. Perfect. Is that a reliquary? Please define. Place where relics go? Certainly. In fact, I'm going to put a lever here and we're going to connect it to this bar so I can open it and put more in. We'll do a similar thing up here. If the werebuffaloes don't take over the whole fort, then absolutely I will make a statue of a werebuffalo. Actually, if you go back in time and grab the name of that first werebuffalo, I will happily make flying squirrels. Lamau. I will happily make a statue to that particular werebuffalo. There you go, dwarves. Just go kill it. Thank you. And that stinks. Okay, so I'm going to put one squad of Mark dwarves right here. I'm going to put 2 right here. We've got just a few days left. We're getting everybody lined up. I'm going to go into here. I'm going to pause any and all jobs that aren't immediately necessary. I will have to do a bunch of clicking to re-enable all these, but that's fine. And if we survive this, we'll be real lucky. So here we go. This is the moment of toothpaste. The moment of tooth. 2 more days. How's the dinosaurs? Currently, well, I mean, it's prehistoric creatures, so it's not just dinosaurs. We do in fact have several prehistoric creatures in this fort, but right now we've got a bit of a were creature infestation that I'm trying to deal with, so here we go. Big round of beers, chat, or vile force of darkness, whatever you prefer, whatever feels right to you. Also, agitated giant flying squirrel. That's all. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks to be all 4 of them. So the good news is all 4 of them are in my hospital. The bad news is we have to kill 4 of my dwarves now. One of them fell in the well. And they're at angles that I can't see them. There's one dead who climbed out of the well. But you're not quite dead just yet. We're trying to get them. But them standing at the doors is kind of ruining the whole thing. And the dwarves are still shooting at them. You're now seriously injured. Can I tell you to kill them? Okay, I'm going to try doing something that I haven't done in a very long time. I'm going to expel you. I'm going to expel you. Let's hope they don't have too many relations in the fortress. We're going to execute them, chat. So now I get to find out. Wow, they really did fix loyalty cascades. That is actually kind of crazy. I haven't, like, told my dwarves to kill one of my dwarves in so long. Will they drown in the well? None of them actually ended up in... Oh, no, one of them did end up in the well. I was going to say, none of them ended up in the well. Yeah, one of them did. He drowned in the well. I could probably get that body out. I'm not going to worry about it for the minute. But that's it. The infestation is over. That is it. You know, Chad, if you ever go into a hospital and there are battlements set up so that they could just like firing squad from the outside, run away from that hospital. Like, just get out. Just leave. That is a bad place that you have entered. We live to die another day? Correct. We're still fighting ravens. Do not open. Death inside. Dead inside, yeah. I may actually lock the dwarves inside for a little bit and just be like, let's do no jobs for a bit, and except for brew alcohol. And just give these dwarves a break. And then up here, let's go to places, siege engines. Just turn these off. Just reload them. Still hauling boulders out. So we got tons of boulders to bring over. Red Rover, bring that boulder over. Put wheelbarrows on you again. Leave everything paused except for farming. Take the dwarves, set them to off duty. Make sure they're all set to sleep there. Unforbid that. Finish all the construction and then just put shit away for a bit, because that's really what we need. Because there's a lot of housekeeping and cleaning we need to do. Visitation holes, not battlements. Oh, okay, visitation holes, fine. Battlements, I don't know. Battlements is kind of sus. Let's just do blocks. And up here, let's do another one of these and another one of these. Maybe another one of these. This one's just going to have bolts on it. Because this still needs quite a bit of value. Some migrants have arrived for some stupid reason. Whoever possessed them to come to this cursed place, I don't know. Also, I see you got the stuff working, Shadow. All right, for artifacts, what do I have? Got that. Okay. So I didn't make these. These I've stolen or acquired. Whatever you prefer. We're also into midsummer. And the humans didn't trade with us. Interesting. We haven't even been attacked by anybody yet. Clearly the were creature was a plot from the humans to destroy our chances at life. Temple. Scroll down until I see want temple. There you are. Fortresses. A god of fortresses. I have to kill whatever this is. This bird is. There's another one dead. I'm not gonna lie. Those are so fucking funny looking, the giant flying squirrels. They're so funny looking. Like, I can't, I can't be afraid of those eyeballs. They're just so cute. We'll patrol the upper wall. It's the best way to do this right now. Unforbid you. And this, no visitors, just temple residents only. And then done. And then this can be expanded to up to here, which will give it enough value. And I will recognize priesthood, and we will appoint... Let's go with Urist. Urist, the sacred bastion, the sanctum of healers and the fellowship of wards. God of fortresses. Legitimate salvage. Legitimate salvage is one of my favorite quotes from that whole series. Okay, so. Where the hell are you going? Sure as shit ain't patrolling no wall. Most of the dwarves are just putting stuff in stockpiles or away in general. Top two squads I'm going to go take a break. All right, hopefully things are going to calm down a little bit. I've done another day of lackluster chat reading, but I think that means Fort's exciting, so I hope you guys are entertained. But seriously, geez, man. I'm gonna jump to the overworld here and see which ones of the Raptor of Grasps. I kind of wish it would tell me which one was pissed at me, because one of these elves is like pissed at me and the other one kind of doesn't care. But neither of them are officially at war with me. It's just that one human faction that's officially at war with me. All right, chat, we're going to start invading elves. Because, like, you know, we survived that. We're clearly invincible. Let's see what livestock they have. Can you purge cursed lands? There's no way to decursify cursed lands, but you can stop it from expanding by killing the towers. Our leader is Aban, who's a competent axe dwarf. And I say wish them luck, chat. Brave dwarves. They're going to need it. Let's try and get these corpses out of here. This human over here is going to go operate that pump. Uh-oh. Tula and the Metal Crafter's been missing for a week, eh? Uh-huh. Mayhaps I should stop doing this. Oh, I know where Toulon is. No, that's Cog. Well, maybe I don't know where Toulon is. I thought I knew where Toulon was. But clearly I didn't, actually. That's a little awkward. Dwarves disappearing left and right. What'd you miss? Oh, dearie me. Chat, what did Lanix miss? Let's get the abridged version. We've witnessed thefts on my artifacts. We've been attacked by many dozens of giant birds, like these. And we have lost dwarves to werebuffaloes. We had to execute a bunch of our dwarves who'd been turned to werebuffaloes. What else? And that was just Tuesday. That was before everything that happened before breakfast. I've started 2 wars, I think. So there's that. 2 wars, I think. All before breakfast, yes. Dwarves have died in puddles. So far, nobody's died in trees. They're just soldiers that get mobbed by large birds by themselves. That's all that's caused them to die in that format. I'm going to drain my well temporarily so that I can go down into here. And widen it. There you go. Get this widened. Okay, so you should get hauled pretty soon once we get you a coffin. Unless you don't have one. Yeah, that should be you. Excuse me. So we're down here. Oh, maybe they don't have a way down. Yeah, they don't have a way down. There we go. So they can now climb out. You can stop pumping. The body's been moved. Well, is being cleaned out pretty quickly. I would be very surprised if they had T-Rexes. Them specifically having T-Rexes is about the same level of likelihood, as actually they've already returned, is about the same level of likelihood as them having giant elephants, because it's like 1 out of like 380 something creatures they could possibly have. But we'll see. It would be cool if they did. I'd be happy with any dinosaur, actually. Excellent burger making opportunity. Well, that was unexpected. So we did attack them and immediately got collided with a goblin. We've struck down 2 elves. One of my dwarves got an injured toe. Oh, poor BB. Saigon was struck down, which is unfortunate. Not by the leader, but we were able to strike down the leader, I think. Yes. So we attacked the Wheeler of Barbs at the Lucy Pass at Dawn Owls, and the defenders were led by an elf. The the defenders' tactical planning was superior, but we didn't all get destroyed, so let's go do it again. Also, it looks like the majority of these elves are up here, but that's okay. Let's go again. You have an injured toe. I used to get pretty bad toe infections when I was little. Yeah, I can agree. I agree. It does, in fact, not feel great to have an infected toe. Let's also turn that off. Let all these dwarves just haul shit. Get these boulders moved. Okay, so that's one body removed. This right here can be another one. I'm going to go here and start removing stuff. Although, no, I'll leave these ones in, potentially. I'm just going to just be a bit more specific about them. Random... Uh-oh. We're out of booze again. I need fermentable leaves or plants. Because apparently we're out of fermentable leaves and plants. Because I'm just like largely manually harvesting, right? Actually, I can just go down to here. Nope. There we go. Do a whole bunch of gathering. Holy fucking caged animals. Okay, so what do I have in cages here? 2 animal people. An agitated wombat. I'm so scared. What's he gonna do? Butt bump me? And 2 agitated flying squirrels. Giant flying squirrels. Yep. And another temple. So we gotta build a metalsmith's hall and a temple for the Azure Fellowship. I mean, clearly that means we're running low on booze. It's not that I don't want them to drink booze. I would really like them, preferably to drink booze, if anything. Although the good news is the moods aren't as shit as they were a minute ago, but, you know, some things are improving slightly. This is all mostly roofed up. So it's time to hopefully give these dwarves a bit of a respite. Let's make 10 beds, get this filled up. Then maybe I can go in and unforbid everything once all these stockpiles get cleaned up a bit and put away. And also make a few additional tombs once other things get cleaned up and put away. And then we can get industry back up and running as it should be, in a more normal state. Whatever that means. Do I have a task to make coffins? Yes, I do. I just had to pause it, probably. There we go. Start making coffins. Squads have already returned. That was also very quickly completed. Yes. Well, yes, asterisk. I will say respectfully, you don't want to do that. Not that, like, you can't do that, but you don't want to do that. Like, have I tried to weaponize them? Yes. Have I tried to spread it to every member of a fortress? No. But I also don't want to. Like, that's not a fun way to play the game, more or less, because they topple buildings, right? So, like, once a month, all of your livestock will die, and every single workshop's gonna get broken. So, like, you still have to, like, restrict them, and then at that point, you're just, like, waiting, and then hope that fights from the enemy happen while they're in were-creature form. Like, it's not... smart? No. Smart? Absolutely not, Lanix. Can you? Sure. Smart? No. Absolutely not. There's nothing smart about that. It's not effective. It's a pain in the ass. It's difficult to manage. It's tricky to manage. Tedious to manage. Potentially very unfun to manage. Can you do it? Maybe. But, like, I would not even remotely describe that as smart. It's doable, maybe. Smart? Nah. Nuh-uh. Not at all. If all the dwarves change, the fort fails. That doesn't happen anymore. So it used to be like if you sent all of your squads out on a raid, the fort would fail. Same with if all of your dwarves would change, the fort fails. That was changed sometime after the Steam release, I think, or right before. Hoodie Hair tried, yeah. It's one of those things that, like, if I get dumb enough... Oh, yeah, I also, since we're here, I should queue up the statue. We'll make 2 of them. Like, it's one of those things where I could be convinced at some point, but I really need to be, like, out of ideas and potentially, like... How do I put this? I need to be out of ideas and looking for something that I will hate doing. And I'm not really in that mode right now. Currently, I'm very much in the, I'm enjoying not doing that. It's very organic. It's not always the most optimal in any way, but nothing wrong with making squares, though. Just cut the corners off and they look pretty. Is there any chance to make a surface farm for ratweed boozification? I'm just gathering all surface plants. Has been what I've been doing, but maybe I do need to farm some more. I mean, currently I've got just like this little hemp farm over here, but yeah, I could make another surface farm. I probably would need to tell them to stop cooking ratweed seeds, but although I wouldn't use ratweed, probably like rye or something of nicer quality is what I would do. Or barley, as an example. Bayberry, plum, willow. Just gonna hack down these. No, we'll keep them, actually. Is this still set to public? Yes, stop that. Hospitals for dwarfs only. Nada else. You had a were-sheep arrive recently? You appreciate the irony in this? Did it herd your fortress? That sucks. Although, if you ever see a were-pig, they're fucking hysterical looking. I've seen dinos, but no dino people yet in your fortress playthroughs. That'll probably take a while. Like, there's going to be a lot of luck involved with getting, like, all of the different creatures and variants and seeing animal people. Although I will say that if you get a were-sheep infestation in your fortress, it's really going to take you back to basics. And instead of the children yearning for the mines, they will yarn for the mines. Okay, that one was good. What, yarn for the mines? Or back to basics? Okay. Guild halls. I'm just going to dig out this and make this into a guild. This can be the Metalsmiths Guild. Making more brewed beverages. What's angry on the map that wants to kill me right now? Just a bunch of wrens? And the various giant squirrels and stuff. No, that's not the button I wanted. I wanted this. Also got a bunch of animals I got to pasture that aren't currently pastured. Oh. Oh. So the dwarves have returned. And it appears they were successful. They snuck in and stole livestock from Typhoon Coasts. From the livestock, we got 1 elephant, 1 bobcat, 2 Therattosaurus, an ocelot, and a horse. Go do it again. So these are the lads. It's a T-Rex bird with Freddy Krueger claws. Yep, that is true. Are they war trainable? It does not look like it. Well, it's time to make additional farming spots for nest boxes. Oh, also I want to go to here and go orders and say, please don't dig through damp stone. Or do I have to initially train them before I war train them? Is there an extra button now? No, it doesn't look like it. It's like I can war train the bobcat, but it's like I can set them as creature will receive war train. Oh, I see. Never mind. You can. I'm dumb. I can in fact war train them. Well, that's cool. They look so derpy. Most dinosaurs look pretty derpy. Can't hunting train them. Yeah, that's what threw me off. Forgot dinosaurs lay eggs. Apparently, like, there was a screenshot going around of, like, T-Rexes laying clusters of 15 eggs and growing up in a year, which is kind of bonkers. Let's also do just nest box. Rock nest box. Rock nest boxster. Make plaster powder. Let's just make some gypsum plaster. Put those in the hospital. And there we go. We now have Warthoratosauruses. So McVo here, you're gonna take... Oh wait, do I have a breeding pair? Hold up. Oh no, okay, I see they're both male. Let's just slaughter a bunch of dogs. Hen, Roo. Monkey, you can be slaughtered. Oh, so good news. I was under the assumption and presumption that these guys, these Megacerops, needed to be 10 years old to hit adult. Looks like it's 10, or looks like it's a single year, and it looks like they are war trainable. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go. Oh my god. That's crazy. I was expecting they would be the same timeline. But no. Can I, so not these ones. So clearly not any. I'm sure some of them can. But not any not any dinosaur, no. In other news, the Outpost Liaison has arrived. As well as a caravan hauler. Let's go down to here. Throw in some walls. Well, so I think that this fort just got blown way the fuck open. I think that's what just happened. Like, we now have a way to long-term survival. Well, first I have to get a T-Rex. There's a lot of dinosaurs in this game that are not T-Rex. Also, T-Rex aren't even the biggest or most threatening dinosaurs that are now in the game. They're maybe the most well-known, but I don't think they are even the scariest of, like, the predators. Also, we now have the squad returning once more. We stole more livestock. What did we get? Bobcats and monkeys. Utter failure. Go do better. Utter failure. Are you a cow? Because that's an utter failure. It's like, I realize that the ocelots can be trained for war, but I also just kind of don't care. I want new things. Dwarf fried dodo. You mean deep fried dodo? Eric Key meets with the Outpost Liaison and says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward. Fuck that. This ain't safe enough of a place for a noble. We ain't noble here. Plaster. That's too low value. I'm just gonna sell pits. So, well, basically just seeds that I really have no intention of doing anything with. Like hazelnuts, pear seeds, rope reed we can keep. Pecans, peach pits. Let's go to barrels. Send those. Bullet Hall, thanks for the $5 in YouTube chat. How's my week been? You got hired for a new aerospace manufacturing job. Hell yeah. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Bullet Hall getting a new gig? I don't know why I'm saying jig, but you're enjoying your week? Well, I mean, it's been a pleasant week. I mean, Dwarf Fortress getting a patch means a lot of people tune in, so things have been busy around here, which is always pleasant. But, you know, aside from that, just hanging out, vibing, playing video games, having a good time generally. Doing the whole streaming thing. YouTube channel did real well this month because of the dragon video that I uploaded. People seem to be excited about Dwarf Fortress for the first time since like November. Like, actually, currently, Dwarf Fortress has the highest player count that it's had since November. It's not as high as it was back in November for that update, but it's nice to see. It's always cool to see people come back to Dwarf Fortress after long breaks. Still need to watch that. Allegedly, it's one of the better ones I've made, so I'll let you guys be the judge of that, but that's what I've been informed. I'm just gonna buy all of these barrels. Maybe the plump helmets. This is also apparently way too much weight. So I'll buy that one silver bar. That'll do it. There is a tree, sapling, growing in my hospital beneath a tree. I'm just going to fill this in. Especially the fast ones, very good. I'm glad they still get some value. You originally added them both to your wish list due to me? Oh, hell yeah. We'll never know life, or light for that matter. Caravan has arrived. Trade sentiments are good. Allegedly. God knows how. So these are kind of nuts. Metalsmith's Guild up here. You go there. And I will place one of those statues in here, and the other statue up here. These are the statues of that were creature, historical figure, attacking me. Also, I'm going to go into here and we're going to unpause all these jobs. This can be a Metalsmith's Guild. guild hall. Metalsmiths. It's going to need that statue to be built amongst some other things. Let's get rid of this, but ignore all that. Conglomerate. Even if they're from 3 years ago, they still carry fundamental things that players need to know? Absolutely. I mean, there's some offhanded topics in some of the series that I made back then that were a little bit out of date, but, you know, stuff like animal people being invaders in the caverns and such, but at this point, yeah, there is still useful stuff, which is nice. Let's do it this way, actually. Vertical bars. Platinum bars. Value's almost up there, we just need some more platinum. And that should do it. The other one is a temple. So I've got a temple up here, temple up there. Temple of, oh, actually, no, that's a craft store skill. That's a temple. So maybe, uh-oh, that needs a wall on it. Or a brick in it. Willow block, there you go. Put a temple over here. Yeah, why don't we do that? This up here can get, maybe not over the entire thing, but over the inner thing. Then down here, deconstruct all these, and then erase all the deconstructions. Throw in a vertical bar, just a platinum one. Throw in 2 displays, and let them build. Bit of a tower, yeah? Spotted any dinos? I have, in fact, acquired some dinos, yes. We got these Therizosauruses, which I'm trying to get a breeding selection of, so that I can make babies and farm them. They are war trainable, though, so we'll see. Might end up doing stuff with them. Squads are back. Let's see if we got anything on the next raid. We are yoinking them from elves, though. Also, hey, Clem. Have you been playing anything other than Dwarves recently? On stream? I mean, I streamed 1 day of another game in the past few weeks. I think I've streamed 2 other games. Off stream, I've been playing Tetris Effect, and I started a new playthrough of Rez, and I purchased Lumines on the Steam sale. So, but on like as far as content goes, like I'm pretty baked into Dwarf Fort. We got 2 more as far as these guys go. There we go. We got 2 more. There we go. That's 1 done. Let's go up to here and butcher the unwanted. Mandrill that. Let me actually just kill all the chickens. Pangolin that. That. There's Xenosaurus. Yeah. Okay, so you... This is all of the war animals I could currently assign to a squad to take out. That's kind of crazy. We're gonna have a fucking herd that we send out pretty soon. Okay, so you, right here, are going to become a temple for the Azure Fellowship. Nope, that's Guild Hall. Temple. There you are. Jewels, forgiveness, and mercy. That's... okay. I mean, whatever makes you happy, game. I don't think that's gonna go super far amongst my dwarves. I'm not totally sure why, but don't have high hopes. And here, this can be... What do I have for our other acquired legally artifacts, of course? A mace and a hammer. And we are going to send that main squad back out, and we're going to go do this again. Although, let's go somewhere else within this. Let's go be ballsy. Although, you're going to take a break first. Which is maybe not great, but... Skilled ambusher, not bad. A bearded military dwarf. I kind of have to scroll for a minute to find one that isn't named yet. You're a crossbow dwarf, so you're going to primarily be staying at the fort. You've killed 2 giant orioles. You're a bold flatterer, extremely friendly, and just a little bit insufferable, Sergeant Donut. I hate to break. Just a healthy dash of insufferableness. And he never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He is not a private person and freely shares details of his life. He is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he tends to avoid physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess, and I think I left that pump running at the other end of the fort. Anyway, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and tends to return favors, does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He does not... as he values artwork and its creation, he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He snaps his fingers when he's nervous and laughs very loudly when he's surprised. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, finds introspection to be a waste of time, and respects the law, finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and likes quartzite, billen, and yellow's glossier, as well as pomegranate wood, figurines, coins, and the sound of the umber wonder. When possibly, prefers to consume giant lynx, fisherberry wine, and rye flour, and can't stand flies. I'm gonna throw another squatteroonie into here. I did, in fact, leave a pump running. Good news is, I think we got the corpse out of that pit. Lol. Anyway. Let's make cheese, because I know I got some cheese bebopping around up here. How do you get a pet dinosaur? You could either... What? How does your dwarf in this fort get a pet dinosaur? So the theme of this fort, as I set it out originally, was fucking murder all of the dinosaurs and use them for food, but have pet and war pet-related other prehistoric animals. So I've got, if I go to here, I got these guys. Do those work for you? I can get you one of those, maybe. Or at least assign them to your squad, which usually just means the militia captain, so Cowardice will get some. like that. No, I just haven't fully set up a way to, like, eat them yet. Okay, because they are not for pets. They are food. Sax, thank you very much for subscribing for 6 months in advance. Holy shit, dude. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for that? It's very kind of you. It's good to have you back. Thanks for sticking with us. No such thing as exceptions. Yeah, exactly. Big round of beers for that. It's very kind of you. They're currently heading out. Expert, professional expert. We're going to go attack this human fort. Try and raise it. So good luck. Donut. I read that as pointless. It's politeness. Lip stale? Why is your lips stale? You should moisten it with some beer. Having animal companions is exceedingly merciful for dwarves. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But they're also quite strong, so, you know, sometimes you gotta be merciful. Anyway, this is valuable enough to get the Azure Fellowship up and running, and Moreb is now the sacred paint. The holy graffiti of the Azure Fellowship. Which is, of course, the god of fortress. Hold up, let me double check. Which one was New Worlds? It takes me a while to get it set and running. Jules, forgiveness, and mercy. Yeah. It's like the least this particular dwarven fort thing. Isn't most Banksy just knockoff Banksy? Because, like, proving what is and isn't a Banksy is, like, almost impossible. I seem to recall that from a documentary I watched about the guy. Charge! Tuwa! With cowardice. Oh, I super duper forgot that I made this to get all of these random visitors outside. I need to make that a not public area and then build another one that's public. I was also going to build a library, but then I'm going to say that I forgot. I didn't, but I just didn't make the library, so I'm going to actually just move the library to down here. That's what I'm going to do. Is pissed off his last work got sold at auction? How do we know it's him, though? Like, all the things that I know about Banksy is that, like, he keeps his identity very, like, hidden. It's like, how do you know he's pissed off? It could just be somebody claiming to be. I'm sure there's actually ways, but... It's the only video. It's the first video I've ever had that got 100,000 views in less than 10 days. Sacks. So yeah, no, it did quite well. Like it outpaced literally every other major upload I've done ever. At least like since the Steam release. I had a few videos that got close to that in, like, I want to say like the episode 1 of Weather Mountains got that, but like Weather Mountains had made like 30% of the money. So it is my fastest growing video since this style of video that I've made. So yeah, I'm very happy. Build a Banksy exhibition. Turns out he never showed up himself. I'm not surprised. That's unfortunate. At the same time, though. The Forgotten Beast Rohir has come. A enormous quadruped composed of coral. This is our first Forgotten Beast chat. It has a broad shell and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its hunger for warm blood. So, does that have a way in? I'm going to assume so. Actually, no, I'm going to assume not. Because if it did, then the dwarves would have harvested this stuff. If it was a more exciting one or a butcherable one, I would go out of my way to get it. But let's see what the other faction brought. Bunch of cheese. Bunch of bags. Random animals. I'm just going to buy some instruments from them. Or buy an instrument from them. And trade. You're hungry? Get off the map, Dwarf. Donut's dragging his feet. And is going a very strange direction. You don't raise anything by going this way. So where are you going? Oh, you're getting your animal. I get it. Interesting. Now you're going in a completely unrelated random direction. You yelled at somebody in charge. Okay. Are you going to leave now? Hey, Judosi. How's it going? Pretty good. Hope your weekend's been swell. For everyone, of course, Shinobi. Who else would we give the cheese to other than everyone? This ain't no rhino, man. And I can't click on it. This is clearly a Mangacerops. Megacerops? Yeah, that. You need your emotional support rhino, and you were yelling at someone to inform them that your emotional support rhino wasn't close enough to you at the time. Makes a lot of sense, really. Let's just go into here and just throw these tombs in. I'll do that. And then I think I have at least 2 of these that need to be placed. At least 1. I'm also going to go to labor, standing orders, chores, and just be like, I have no children in this fort. Look at all these really sad dwarves with no kids. It's probably for the best, actually. And then I'm just going to disable them from burial anyway. Heatwave has been ghastly. We had like 2 rough days and then a couple, maybe a handful of warm days around the edges, but nothing that I would say that was intolerable. Definitely some warm days, but nothing I wasn't able to tolerate, so kind of happy about that. Okay, they're back. Let's see how that fight went. Or if we even fight. Nope, we got in undetected, got it with more livestock. That's what we want to see. What do we get? 2 anacondas, 4 anacondas, 2 anacondas, 3 gray parrots, and 2 bobcats. Well, that's grumble. Not great. Let's say Anna. We'll sell these later. And bobcats, parrots. Still waiting for Unul to leave the map. Slowly. No, it's a sentient noodle. Yeah, we clearly told them to get the dinosaurs. You're in France and Belgium and you don't have the infrastructure. There was a TwitchCon that happened in France once in Paris, and I remember like thinking about going at the time because I had the money and I could have gone, but I looked at the average temperature in Paris in the summer, and then I looked at I'm just gonna remove this dwarf from this squad. Maybe gear up this squad a little bit. I looked at the average temperature and then the hotels that I would be able to afford on my budget and whether or not they had air conditioning, and said, you know what? No, actually. that was my decision. I was like, could I feasibly get AC on my budget? And I was like, no, I can't. Okay, well, I'm not going then. Like, call me a wimp, but close to none of AC. Yep. No, I've stayed in hotels without AC in hot places before, and it sucks. Don't recommend. 0 out of 10. Apparently, Reuters has released an article with the identity of Banksy, unfortunately, seemingly against his, we live in a world now where just like people are outing artists left and right. Doesn't really matter what kind of artist you are, people are outing you. There's stuff that we're fighting against, apparently. And that squad returned from the actual raise attempt. Let's see how that went. We attacked the unknown civilization. Defenders were led by a human. Munkov led the attack and outmatched the human. The attackers had a strong positional advantage. The first human, Hero Throat. Was killed by a dwarf named Donut, surprisingly. There's multiple innuendos in that. After that, the fighting just kind of turned into tussles between individual dwarves and humans. Since this is an unknown civ, they must be like a bandit group or something. We rampaged throughout, and the Equal Murders, which was the name of the group, fled, and we destroyed it. Well, that's nifty. And we're going to go attack this place and try to raise it. Go get him. Another notch in your crossbow. I would not deny that. As far as stuff that we got, a bunch of random crap. Nothing of value. Okay, let's work on that library. Still don't have enough bedrooms, by the way, in case you were wondering. And then I need to work on a An above ground tavern. I'm gonna say platinum bookcase. 3. Also, I don't know if anybody else noticed this, but I guess they changed the default so that it shows clothing dye, because dwarves aren't colored by their jobs right now. They're definitely colored by their clothing dye. Let's throw some tables. Tables and thrones. Or in this case, chairs. Herbalist has been missing for a week. Uh-huh. What was your name? Aban? Aban Dinal Dwarfs. Where did you die? If I can find you. Interesting. I don't see an Aban. Did you get crushed in a drawbridge somehow? I don't think I had any. Oh, there you are. Oh, well, that's good. Let's get all of you back inside. Get all of this erased. Get that erased. Get that erased. Get that erased. Get that erased. Go down into here. Smooth all this that isn't in the middle. Dinos and people variants. That was never announced to be in this patch. It was always announced as 2 separate patches, so this is like a quarterly like, it kind of seems like the cadence that they're falling into is like somewhat like two medium-sized content patches a year with like 2 or 3, maybe 4 medium, maybe quarterly content patches for the year, which are like, we're gonna add new thing, but not like mind-blowing new feature or reworks. And then like monthly-ish maintenance updates. So that's like bug fixing and like the diplomacy stuff. And like this is kind of on the same level as like the die update, but maybe more immediately obvious and interesting to most people. And then like it seems like once a year-ish we're getting a big update is kind of how I'm reading it. Because if I were to bet money, I would say that Magic will be out sometime around the same time of the year as the Siege update was, which was like last year's big content update, if that makes sense. With the previous one being like adventure mode, right? What does the Raptor Man say? That's a wrap, folks. But Vines LS has been taken by a Fey mood. Also, that dwarf's in my military, are you not? I thought you were. What do you want? Another religion wants a temple. You fucking greedy bastards. It's claimed a forge. It has a cool crown on. So you have claimed a iron bar and a cave spider silk cloth. Nifty. Oh, Jesus. Unrelated, but got an idiot up in here. Let's just go to here. Do this. Deconstruct that. Okay, so they're all in the process of leaving. We're gonna go up here. Attack with you. Steal stuff. Good luck. We'll see you later, Lucio. You have a good night. The other thing that the Raptor Man would say, this is more the Raptor Woman would say, which is, I ain't no Holoraptor. What's the other thing I can come up with in the time that I'm here? So it's better than what the Fox say. I mean, come on. You like those? Hell yeah. Clever girl. No, that's what the Velociraptor says. This is non-specific non-specific raptor, okay? The other thing that the raptor would say is, what the fuck is a chicken? That last one hurt. Happy to provide. It's good to know that I'm doing someone's work. I won't say it's God's work, but... I love how they all have to go yell at somebody in charge like at least a half a dozen times before leaving the map. That's really funny. Vinezella said that the armorer has created Ralakudur Onish Ilron, a square iron breastplate, which is probably still an invisible iron breastplate. It's a Minecraft breastplate. This is a square iron breastplate. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of cave spider silk, and on the item is an image of an aardvark man in iron. Well, at least it's invisible, so baddies won't be able to steal it. That's not true. They will. But at least I can imagine that they won't be able to steal it. And then I will place it in here, and that'll be a temple. Very small one, but it'll still be a temple. Maybe it's scale mail. Oh, true. Yeah. How is this update? It's just a pile of new creatures, right? So it's just like variety. So if you like variety in your fortress, that's what this is. It's also a pretty effective retheming for a lot of like the vibe of Dwarf Fortress, I guess. Like we've been talking about this a lot, but it's kind of like the difference between like more normal high or low fantasy and like pulp fiction fantasy or like pulp fantasy. Which I don't know, like the whole concept is something that's been growing on me ever since like I kind of came to that realization, I guess, is what I would say. So I'm a big fan of the update. I think it's a neat thing that I'm glad has made its way into the game. It's also just nice to get, you know, a big old pile of new creatures for the first time in effectively, I don't want to say ever, but in a very long time. Let's say breastplate. That thing can go right here. And I will accept that. Oh, right, because I have to grab this. I may have to deconstruct it again to get it into the right place. No, yep, we have to cancel it. So what I'm going to do is build a vertical bar that goes to there. Actually, what? Why don't I just do it this way? Silver bar. Copper bar. Fuck it. Well, actually, I'll put silver up here too, so it looks better, more consistent. There we go. Get that built in. This is going to be the closet temple. And this is going to be for the turquoise denomination. Which worships the god of earth and caverns, Titan. And Dino T gets the job. The Sacred Deep. It's good to have you in the fort. Seems my squads have partially returned. Let's see how the top one went. This is trying to eliminate the nearest elven forest retreat. They attacked the Whisker of Barbs at the Lacey Pass at Dawn Owls, and the early girders, McVo led the attack. The defenders were led by an elf named Solor Dive Growls. We did, in fact, outmatch the elves, and we had a strong positional advantage. Let's see how this goes. First elf was struck down by Urist, of course, as is tradition. Their leader was also struck down by our militia commander. The dwarf Id took out an elf named Mubo, and another Stordrus, who was an elf, was taken out by Bismuth. Several other elves were taken out by Meng and Meng. They're same Meng. Meng went on a bit of a Mengathon there. And they rampaged throughout. They searched for stuff and found nothing of value. And we haven't destroyed it, because they probably have some civilians, but we've done good work. I'm sorry, the Cavefish Man Hillocks of Rain Stockades? So, Rain Stockades, so this is my faction, right? These are all places that used to be owned by my faction that have been taken over. And Rain Stockades was one of them. Cavefish Man. No, I've been saying that to people who are just like, they've ruined the game by putting dinosaurs in it, because there's 2 of them? There's 3 of them? What the fuck happened over here? Yeah, I've been saying that to a lot of people, and I've got a lot of, that's not the same, in response, but what the shit? They've always been able to do that. It's just very unlikely, Senbes. Like, it's really funny when you see, like, a kobold tower or something, because it's not a necromancer tower. It can't be, because a kobold can't read. So it's like, oh, well, I guess all the necromancers died at some point and kobolds moved in. Like, that can happen. It's just not likely. Let's go fucking obliterate them. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just leave everything running. Go get him. No, occupy? Oh, I'm going to raid them first, and then I'll occupy it, probably. But not off the bat, no. Like, that's how you lose dwarves, generally. We're about to get hit by some ads, so I'm just going to do a bunch of designating. Queue up some more constructions. Whole bunch of roofs. You know, I kind of was suddenly worried about this fort's longevity when that were-creature got into the fort. And now I'm getting cocky. Like, nah, we're fine. We got this. It's gonna be a breeze, kids. Let's also go down to the library. Queue these up. Aquamouser, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back with Prime. Appreciate you, dude. So this is a meeting area, and I'm going to make that into a library. Containing secrets? I don't really have any plans to make a Necromancer Fortress, to be honest with you, Alan. Like, that is another one of those themes that I do maybe once a year. Or one of the things that I go after maybe once a year. And the last time I did that was back in January, so it actually hasn't been that long. Cheers, Aqua. I converted the confuddled word into a sentence. It's fine. All right, ads are done. So this... Also, we do have a baby in the fort. Just no kids. Oh. 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 That ain't normal. Forms twisted from their nature. Legion of Night, what hope remains? I was trying to go to war with dinosaurs and elves. That's not dinosaurs and elves. If anything, that's like the opposite. Yeah, Well... Some ugly elves. Yeah, I mean, the question is, where'd they come from? What faction are they a part of? The Lost Inches. Probably one of the... Probably one of the necromancer places. Eye of Night. Whoa, okay. Bro. Huh. That was like awesome. What are those spiral horns? Night creature was first created by the Dwarven Oh, hey, Kleno, are you in chat? I found a typo. Dwarven necromancer's one word now. Also, the dwarf Einod in wine sack. It's like a wine bag. I like to drink wine by the bag. Well, that's cool. And these are fun. What are you? Oh, these are just more necromancer experiments. It's a very large quadruped composed of branching antennae. By the way, so dinosaurs, being giant, do allow for the possibility. So, for those of you who don't know how necromancer experiments work, the animal varieties are a animal size with stuff bolted on. So you could take like a brontosaurus and make it into a necromancer experiment, and you would have a bigger necromancer experiment than ever before, basically. This was created by the human necromancer Thabi after horrible experiments on horses. So this one's base size was a horse. So yeah. I'm actually going to cancel this top siege. It's the pillage order, which should just bring them all back. Is there any necromancers among them? Not that I'm seeing. They aren't moving super quickly, though. I really hope they all come back. Otherwise, I'll have to send them out again to go get them. All right, the gate is shut. Intruders drive them away. Where? Oh, there's the necromancers. And also, Obler's head. Ah, it begins. I'm just going to go up here. And smooth this. One of my dwarves decided to go be stupid. Scratch that, 2 of them did. And just chase the necromancer away, but one of my militia dwarves is still outside. Okay, let's go over here and open this back up. And I'm going to have to actually edit this burrow. We're going to need to have a wartime burrow and a non-wartime burrow. So wartime burrows shouldn't allow for them to go onto the upper walls. We'll have to edit that later. That's fine. That's fine. That's... All right, so down here. Where's that necromancer at? is getting chased by a undead, agitated owl. And my dwarf, who's trying to punch him. Got this bone doctor, and the bolts begin throwing. Several dwarves got caught outside. Several dwarves are yeeting the walls. I do respect the bravery, but it's not going to end well. I'm going to move the squads outside, and we're going to go begin fighting. Let's see how this fight completes itself. Experiencing mortal fear and slight pain. My mark dwarves are all standing at the edge, because that's mostly what these squads are. These are brave-ass dwarves. Holy shit. Normally, civilians just book it away. But because they can see the baddies, they're chasing. And good news is I haven't really lost any of my militia just yet. I need to have a better wartime burrow, which I don't really have right now. That's the reason for all the loss here, but we can expand upon that. They are regrouping for sure. Okay, so actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's make a different burrow. And, whoops, no. Add new burrow. We'll just call this one Battle. Take everybody off of this one, put everybody onto this one. That'll make things much more survivable. Necron Tears passed. It looks like we lost Vines. We lost Dark Squirtle. One of these invaders is drowning. You're smart. Where are they all hanging out? Going to move my squad up to here. Is that FM 1337 or something for Battle Station? Has to be. We shot somebody's nose off. And these things... kind of decently skilled. Uh-oh, there's also a partial giant crow skeleton. Seems like we're losing a bunch of my other squad as well. You want Civ Alerts back? I've never wanted them back. I fucking hate Civ Alerts, dude. It's so cheaty. All right, let's get everybody back inside. Covering fire. As our Martial Trance Dwarf dodges backwards. More ammo gets loaded. Let's lock the door. Come on. Where's the lever for that? It's up here. Let's throw that in there. That thing should be shot. Oh, it's probably because it's unconscious. Final squad is returning. Reopen the gates. You don't follow the streams that closely. Sorry for the dumb questions. Why the huge burrow covering the entire Z levels of the expanse of the map? Chat, you can explain that one. You have to get the dwarves away from combat, otherwise brave ones will just go charging in even if they won't win. Unrelated. I'm sending a squad to go attack a location off in the distance. And it seems that a bunch of my dwarves were struck down by elephants. Well, we found the elephants. That's for sure. Led by them, clashed with 19 elephants. Cobalt Block fought with the elves, slaying 4. So they fought with 17 bobcats, slaying 4. Now they come back. And the siege has been broken. And this squad, my top squad, is going to go attack this tower. We're not going to steal important treasures or other items. And hopefully my squads come back. And I can re-enable these and put everybody back on. Well, that was brutal, but fun. Now, there is some undead monsters on the map. Some random guests. And a bunch of caged invaders that I need to figure out what the fuck to do with. But now we go back to some semblance of normal. Or do we? We'll have to find out. Oh, I'm pretty good. Better than the dwarves, that's for sure. The horror of the Death Spiral theme. I really like the Death Spiral theme. Like, it's one of my favorites, actually. And then I'm going to go down to here. This is almost ready to become a proper catacomb. Almost ready. How many books do I have in here? That's a good question. 33 written objects in total. I need a new militia commander assigned because my militia commander is currently not a map. And this squad is mostly dead, but... Ruby, what are you doing? Please tell me you're leaving. Oh, you're napping. Well, that's fine. Let's see how you did. One of the brave defenders here. Killed a bunch of zombies. Good stuff. It really is awesome, especially if you kind of embrace the chaos. Like, you kind of have to do that with a lot of things in Dwarf Fort, but... some more than others, you know? Let's just lock this. Till we can get a baby or two. Grim satisfaction after forces of the Lost Inches were defeated in Witchraptor. Oh, wow, okay. I feel like most of my dwarves probably got Triumph, right? Yeah, Triumph. It's interesting that that they got Grim satisfaction. Huh. Fun. Fun, fun, fun. My dinosaurs are evil? I mean, those dinosaurs are. Yeah, see, the elephant felt triumph. This elf feels nothing. Which is kind of funny. Bismuth has been missing for a week, apparently. Wrestler's fighting with an echidna. Oh, no! Well, I'm going to let you train up. I was going to say I'm going to let you train up to legendary. I'm just going to exterminate this echidna. Because that will be unkillable. Which squad are you in? Cobalt ranks. Damn it. I'm not a fan of when this happens. So I've got a bunch of dwarves now that are stuck off map. We'll have to just hope that they come back in the future as part of a migrant wave, but there ain't actually too much I can do about this, aside from just roll my eyes and cry a little bit. We'll just get everybody training. I don't think it ever left, did it? It was always echidnas and... I don't know, maybe it's back, maybe it's not. I didn't know it ever got patched. Are you winning? No, but that's fine. What causes dwarves to be stuck off map? You tell me, I don't know. It's not very consistent. Mechanically, there are some reasons why dwarves will just leave mid-siege, but if you cancel a siege, sometimes they get stuck off map and then come back as part of the next migrant wave, which I think is probably what's going to happen, because I sent them out and canceled it. There's a few other weird edge cases that can cause it to happen too, but it's pretty unlikely usually that it'll happen. But it's been a while since I've actually had dwarves locked off map. I need crossbows. I need quivers. Let's do wooden crossbows. Let's do iron bolts. Let's do charcoal. Let's do iron shields. And just get all my squads training. But yeah, I didn't think it ever got patched. If it did, that's news to me. Vakrak. That's the best way to train marksmen? Live practice. So, firing at live targets. Archery ranges are actually a terrible way to train marksmen. I have one squad that is assigned to sometimes shoot at these when there's training ammo available, but 90% of the actual experience I get is just shooting at live targets. Okay, so let's go down to here. Throw in a whole bunch of coffins. That's not where I wanted that. The thing is, I'm playing this so fast and loose, I kind of have to make a decision. And that's, do we keep playing it fast and loose and expect this fort to live for a matter of months in-game? Or do I pull back and try to actually make this fort defendable? I'm kind of leaning, let's just burn this one out and start a new fort on Wednesday next week. It's kind of my thought at the minute. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. Because this is not going to end very well unless I change course yesterday. Release the underworld. That's not going to happen. Do I have a favorite DF YouTuber? I don't watch DF YouTubers so that I don't accidentally copy them. So no, not really. They're just kind of coworkers to me. I'm happy that there are DF YouTubers though. I mean, if the faction continues and your dwarf doesn't die, then ending this fort is probably good for your dwarf. Because then you'll have a higher likelihood of surviving to the next one. Depending on the burnout, I guess. No eggs? What the heck? So you can have fun watching. Got it. Well, let's do this. Rock mechanisms. 90. What materials do I have available? Literally just conglomerate, and I don't have 90, so 20. Let's see how the tomb burials are going. Literally none, did I not? Oh, maybe they haven't constructed all those tombs yet. These down here need to be filled. And oh dear, that's a lot of corpses. We got attacked by a pretty large and threatening army from a necromancer tower. So, based on the corpses around, I'm sure you can see how that went. Although I do have to say, I am incredibly impressed about how well these dwarves are mentally holding up from all of this abuse that I'm giving them. Because it has been kind of ridiculous how well they are holding up, all things considered. Okay, so some of these are in fact getting tombs. Also, hi Hobo, how are you? Especially with no waterfall. It's like not considering all the death. It wasn't even accidental. I'll say, okay, so this is a dwarf who's getting grim satisfaction after we won. What was your name? Oh, this is... Oh, I see. This human resident is getting grim satisfaction. That's interesting. I was like, oh, I'll let you join the military then if you're getting grim satisfaction, but fascinating. Also, there's a book that we have called Ignition. Ignition. What is Ignition? It's a 155-page novel entitled Ignition, authored by Domi. The work has no particular subject, and the writing is reasonably serious. Overall, the prose is amateurish at best. So pretty hyped for that. Okay, gotcha. Do you know where they're playing? I'm just mildly curious as to what city this is invading. My favorite FIFA news was the Scots, was it drinking Boston out of beer? Like, bars were running out of alcohol because they were drinking so much? Oh, okay, so it's like local to you too. Cool. Well, have fun. May the team that you're obviously cheering for win. Are you staying home for it, or are you gonna go enjoy chaos? Everything but Bud Light. Naturally. Well, that's not beer. That's fizzy water. Ignition is probably the coolest name for a novel you could have in Dwarf Fortress, yeah. Hi, I'm a random dwarf hired by Eternal Dark Elves. My skill is growing cannabis. Have use of me? I don't know. Hi, Eternal Archangel. How are you? Well, first I would need to find a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and I haven't found any of those. So, 0 is my thought of the viability of a Tyrannosaurus egg diet. Also, sounds like a high cholesterol. That's what that sounds like to me. One thing I do need to find, though. I need to go down to here. Let's go to the bottom cavern there. By that I mean, let's just go find some lava. I need to dispose of bodies. Let's let these dwarves do other things other than just be in the military. I need to go put stuff away. Discovered a deep cavern deep underground and a volcanic wall studded with gems. Found wrestlers dead. Holy shit ball. Okay, so some of the dwarves did come back and they all died to these agitated wild boar. That's terrifying. Where is the... Okay, so this is the bottom oh, that's cool. I love these double cavern layers where it's like you have two very different biomes. That's cool. Where's this unusual wall studded with gems? Okay, it is like actually pretty shallow then. Let's get this all sealed up for the minute. Let's pause all collection of webs for the moment. I'm also going to jump to this screen and we're going to go down to here, and we're going to pause all these, pause that, pause all of this, pause all of this, keep the walls going, keep the cage traps going, put shit away, get rid of that. Oh, it's fine. Just over here murdering a bunch of wild boars. The usual. Nothing out of the ordinary, you know? And I've discovered another volcanic wall studded with gems. Okay, hold on. I really wish that it could take me to the other one. Oh, well, no. Okay. Bro, what? Oh, no, that's just Killinite. Wormstone located. Okay. That's not it. That's just... Lemonite. Pipe opal. Killinite. Diamonds. Diamonds. Additional diamonds. Yeah, I don't know where the other one is. But... So I need to go here, and here, and here. Oh no, Crundles. Great. So anyway, I started slashing. I've been bored to death. They died of boar death. It's a pretty bad way to go, I gotta be honest. Let's just throw you here, actually. Blocks. Throw all of you in. Throw you in there. After I suspend this. Let's unforbid that again. Just gotta get those Crundle corpses out of there. Here comes more Crundles. Whomst we're gonna deal with swiftly. A bundle of Crundle. Big old ball of Crundle. What you gonna do with all those Crundles? All those Crundles in your stairs. Another volcanic wall studded with gems. Nope. Oh man, I didn't even clear it, so I don't even know where it is, actually. Oh, there it is. That's pretty clear. Fun. We'll have to think about it. Let's just cancel this. Get this one done. I got some dinos. Although the only reason I'm keeping them is so I can show people when people ask me. We got these guys. And it looks like they laid 28 eggs! Oh my Squirtle. Wow. That's like 3. Dude, we could feed Rocky for like a day. Oh my god. Yeah, anyway, we got these guys. And whole lotty are they fertile. I don't actually know how big they are. I should butcher like one of them. Because I don't actually know how big these things are. Aside from that, they look like Edward Scissor Rex. Velociraptor. Velociraptor. Fuck yeah. Store item in location. Oh my god, I got too many jobs, man. Holy shit. What? The elf caretaker Anami Quaranthefemi and the elf Ula Quaresma have married? Are those two visitors that are naked that are... Yep. Well, at least somebody's happy. It sure as shit ain't my dwarves. Ugh, that's funny. They're like Edward Scissorquacks. These are just two visitors that have been hanging out here for a while. So... Whack. Okay. We've also got monster ichor everywhere. Dwarves putting tombs away constantly. It's grim times. Destination wedding? I mean, I guess. They've certainly got confidence in themselves, that's for sure. We're also butchering buttloads of meat. Like absurd piles of it. Currently we are butchering a what now? I don't even know what you're butchering. We are butchering something. It is midwinter, so hopefully we get migrant waves soon. Let's update this and see what we can get. Still need more crossbows. Let's make iron crossbows and also just double check the Boyer's shop. Where did I put the Boyer's shop? Did I delete the Boyer's shop? That would do it. I think I deleted the Boyer's shop. That would explain why I'm not getting any crossbows. You'd think it would be an obvious solution, but clearly not. It's like, why do I not have enough crossbows? I thought I made these. I guess not. Speaking of crossbows, we do have a lot of kakapos up, though, so that's cool. Let's make lie for a bit. They were, seems like it, long game hunter. Seems like it. They were scouting wedding locations. I wonder how this raid went. Because I did go and attack the tower. We searched and found nothing. They have a lot of population. I think I'm just going to keep all my squads here for a little bit. Let's send all these dwarves back inside. And I'm going to change something real quick. I'm going to go up to here. I'm going to grab this burrow. Remove all of that. But I just deleted the burrow. Oh well. That sucks. You go there. You go there. This will have to manually edit later, but for right now, that'll do. And up to there. And then everybody can be in this. Welcome back. After watching the dragon video, it was awesome. You didn't know clowns were immune to dragon fire? Neither did I. Now I do. That's how a lot of things go. It's like I didn't know, and now I do. It was knowledge I didn't know that I needed. But yeah, I'm glad you liked it. It was one of the bigger projects, like hour count wise, of footage that I've done. You know, I am still shocked about two things. We haven't had a tantrum, knock on wood, and we're still mostly happy. I mean, the population is disgustingly low. The dwarves are like, have been obliterated more or less. But somehow, against a lot of fucking odds, did you guys see that giant smear of blood on the floor? Somehow, against so many crazy, absurd odds, we are still here. Somehow. Okay, that's been there for a bit. That's good. You knew that they were immune to fire and lava, but yeah, 20 years of game is a lot of playtime. It was more than 20 years. It was close to 30, actually. It was like 26. I think I said 25 at the end, but yeah, no, it was like 96 hours or something. We've discovered the Great Magma Sea. Great Magma Sea, senor. Although this should actually just be... should go all the way, no, up to, think about there. Kodiak! Dude. Thank you very much for that gift. Appreciate you, man. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Kodiak? Thanks for the 5-pack. That's the first notification of money in 47 minutes and the first gift sub in 4 hours. Thanks, dude. It's time to clean out the corpse piles. Oopsies, game's paused. Should probably unpause it. If you put a bookshelf and a chair in it, you don't need any chairs. You literally just need... Oh, wait, what? It has to be inside, but they will sometimes eat in their room if you provide a table and chair. They will eat in their room, their office, or... Like, the prioritizations of where they eat is they go to the nearest, most valuable dining room, or the nearest, most valuable room with an unowned chair and table, or the nearest highest value unowned chair, or their and they just work their way down. But ideally they will use their own if it's available. Otherwise, then they will just go to any public space that's available. I'm also going to do this and put doors around these. Just so that, like, defending these things will be a bit more reasonable. Maybe I'll get another one in there, or I can get all the Mark Swerves in there. And then maybe start doing something like this and cornering this area off. Fortify this a little more, which is kind of what I've been thinking about doing for a while. And wall off some of these areas to just make little towers of defense. I was gonna make this into a bedroom, but maybe not. Instead, I should use that for something else. That's a tree that can come down. These trees can all come down. A non-military peasant. So this dwarf is my only non-military peasant. Does that work, Sax? It's been pretty cool so far, Moth. It's been pretty good so far. She is often sad and dejected and lacks confidence in her abilities. She enjoys being in crowds and has an active imagination. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she likes to take it easy. She has a calm demeanor, and she isn't particularly ambitious. She acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she is trusting. She generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and scratches her ear when she's bored. She doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and values hard work. Likes steel, yellow zircon, as well as gizzard stones, picks, leggings, and ducks for their quacks, and the mountains of night for their unsettling origin, and the peach trees for their fruit, asparagus for their delicious shoots, and the words of the lessons of sweetness, and the sound of the umber wonder, and the words of the lessons of sweetness and the sound of the umber wonder, and the sight of the quintessent embrace, and when possible prefers to consume potato plants and potato wine, tomato wine, not potato wine, and finger millet, as well as hates flies. And she has quite a large family, too, as well as a lover who's either dead or doesn't live here. And she has no friends in the fort at the minute. She's been here since the year 302. So I need to put roofing on this to stop the dumbs from yeeting themselves into into enemy territory, which is, you know, a common dwarven pastime. You just learned how to move binned items in a minecart? Oh, neat. Congrats. It's a very valuable skill to learn. Empty bins. You know what? How about instead I make a catapult? Let's do catapult parts. Except let's make 6. We'll make 2 catapults. Just don't want to make more bolt throwers more than anything. Yeah, this I think is going to be a Marksdwarf box. And we'll see. Maybe I'll put like a little platform up here to fire catapults. Dury, a human axeman, is visiting. Okay. A little bit worried about trees on this side, but that's okay. We'll do structures, dirt road. Let's wait until that tree gets hacked down and then do this. Conglomerate, conglomerate. And we'll just continue working on these floor tiles. You want to hang out to eradicate monsters. You know what? Honestly, I've been saying no a lot. Human axeman, it's just a human with a big-ass axe. Just a normal-ass bronze axe. How old are you? 50 years old. You know what, bud? Good luck. Go with Armok. Let us know how you do. I don't have high hopes. Okay, so along up here, I'm going to fortify all this. Fortify this, fortify this, fortify this, fortify that. Up toppers up here, we're going to do just along here. We're going to get attacked in T-5 by wildlife. As well as construction we're doing. It's just a bunch of named giant wild boars, and of course the agitated stuff down here. If we go down to the lava sea, this right here needs to be dug out. Folger's gonna go do the honors. You can push mine cards up a hatch, but not down. If the hatch is opened with a pressure plate, you can push them down. But it's not exactly, like, straightforward. Cassie withdraws from society. What? Oh, because none of this is in the burrow. That would be why. Oh, wrong burrow. Nope, never mind. That's actually right-ish. The one that matters is this one. But pressure plates will do what you're looking for. It's so hot, even at midnight. Yeah, we had a couple days that were unseasonably hot, but it's thankfully cooled down since. Actually, you know what? I'm going to deconstruct that. We're going to move it down a layer because it makes more sense to put it down here. This is just going to be a corpses stockpile. And it's going to take from this stockpile. It's going to take from, where is it? This stockpile. And then that's just going to distribute stuff down into the lava. You're just moving rock blocks to the surface. Gotcha. I like using minecarts sometimes to transport logs underground. I do find those quite useful. It's not a perfect solution, but it's pretty solid, honestly. Although... need to dump everything right here. And put a garbage dump right here. Go here and go to... We're in an ad break. I will leave the game pause until the ads are done. We're going to go here. Places, stockpile... No. Zones? Yes. How many trash zones do I have? There's 2. Get rid of that one. Just let them construct stuff. Also, I'm sorry, Dark Squirtle. I set them to any wilderness, Jude, but not tamed for starting factions. So I'm getting them as they wander into the map and stealing them from places. Speaking of stealing them from places, the ones that I have stolen, these guys, apparently lay clusters of like fucking 30 eggs, which is a lot of omelets. Like, I buy eggs by the dozen. That's like 2 grocery shopping sessions. Like, that's a lot of eggs. So I'm gonna let these suckers grow up and make an army of Edward Scissor dinos. Because holy shit. Yeah. I'm excited. But chat room, how we doing out there? What kind of things have you discovered in this update so far? That's the question. We're gonna go attack these dwarves once more. After... Oh, no, actually, no, not with that squad. They're far too green. We'll send this squad, the proper squad. You had a dog killed an Afro-Ventivar before you were able to catch it? No! No big discoveries, but you have the most stable fort you've ever built? What changed? What made it so stable? If you're aware, anyway. You've discovered digging to -4 for water. Well, that's, I mean, that's progress. Like, that's further than many people will ever make it. Like, genuinely. Took a break from DF for a year. Oh my god. So you've got sieges rework. You've got all of the ranged combat reworks, plural. You've got, I guess, adventure mode probably, depending on when exactly you took that break began. Trying to think. Got a lot of stuff. Like that's a that's a very busy period of updates. Trying to think what... yeah, all of the dying stuff. I know generally we prefer to live, but the die update's pretty dope. This dwarf doesn't have any ammo. And Cassie's claimed a craft store shop. What do you want? Skeletons, probably. All right. Well, let's begin then. We're going to butcher one of the dinos. Maybe it's because just that many dwarves are busy. Yeah, the colors update. I'm trying to... there's been so many the past few years. But yeah, I think that those are the highlights for sure. Oh yeah, diplomacy. That's the recent one. Just a whole bunch of random bug fixes. Stuff like corpses and coffins go in the right order all of the time now. A bunch of various combat-related and siege-related things, although there's still some eccentricities. Stuff like war animals follow way more effectively now. There you go. That's what I wanted to see. Lock that door. So let's see how much meat we get from this, because I haven't butchered any of these yet. What's the diplomacy update? When you click on another location, like let's say a friendly one, right? You now have the option to click on diplomacy. And if you have a messenger assigned, you can declare war. You can make contact. And if you make contact, then they'll come trade with you. And then you can interact with all these other related things. So like, I'm trying to find somebody who I already have contact with. Anyway, it lets you like make peace or work on trade if you're at war with them. And you go to diplomacy, you can make peace or demand unconditional surrender, which is still a very like baseline system. Like it's pretty opaque how it works, but like it's based on that dwarf's skills in speech and like disguise. Okay, that whole squad's dead. A goblin has gotten married to another goblin. Well, that's cute. Chat, I think maybe attacking that site was the wrong decision. $111 meat. That is a considerable amount of meat. Yeah, it looks like my whole Mark's Dwarf squad got cooked. Well, I guess it's best we wait and then let them come to us. Because it seems that we're getting kind of wrecked. And strange mood, let's see. Was that what you needed? Nope. Skeletons, that's after square blocks, I see. Rough gems, okay. Stacked cloth. Rough gems. Stacked cloth, yep. Cut gems, what's after cut gems? More cut gems. Okay. Looks like that's what we needed. Better get what? Selling, getting wrecked. Rough gems. Let's cut a second one. Feel like it's 3 cut gems. My manager is kind of going insane. All right, let's see how this failure of a squad did. It seems like they clashed with 27 Bobcats, slaying 4. Ruby Flaren was struck down. At least they died with honor. Struck down, and a bunch of them were imprisoned. So the question is, who's my best squad leader? It's probably you, hey? We're not going to be able to get them back. But what I could do is go with a single melee dwarf and put Colette in it. Colette is a dwarf with injured hands. And you're going to be Secret Agent Colette. Spy, the Scourge Spy. Sure, that'll work. And you, on duty, equip what? Full set of gear. That's what we want to see. You are going to go and try and free prisoners. Actually, I wonder, wouldn't it be cool if we could do something under, like, demand return of prisoners or something? All right. Good luck there, dwarf. This is maybe my best chance. I'm not super hopeful. I need you all to wish this dwarf luck, as I'm not very hopeful. For a second there, I thought he had no pants, and I was about to be like, you fucking champion. Good news here is the dwarves that are alive in this fort are becoming exceptionally resilient. I think that's the one really good news. Possible rescue mission, that's the hope. But you have to be real quick with these things, or they either eat, kill, or convert. Basically making your dwarves inaccessible again. That's not really what I want. Wrong tool, but kind of wasn't planning on actually clicking that. We'll see. Okay, so something I'm going to do for a little bit, I'm just going to turn all these bros off. And he's standing around in the tavern. What's his top skill? Like, if you click on him, you look at this. What is his top skill that can use a workshop? So in this case, it would be Bone Carver. You've got other skills. Second would be Stonecutter. But whatever the highest one is, you need a workshop that skill is associated with, and they want to make an artifact using that shop. Herbalist, that's not the top skill. The top skill that is associated with a workshop that can make an item. So, like, if it's a craft, it would be a craft store shop. If it's a metalsmith or metal-related thing, then it would be metalsmith shop. If it's a bowyer, then it would be a bowyer. It would be to make a bow or a crossbow. Carpenter. So you need a carpentry shop. That's what you need. You have two? Can that dwarf access it? Okay, what's the third one then? The first question would be like, are they in a burrow where they can't access it? Or alternatively, what's the next skill beneath that? Because if you have two, then they must not be able to access it. Otherwise, they would have claimed that, probably. No burrow. It's disabled. Okay. Any other ideas, chat? Bowyer you don't have? Make a bowyer. Try that. Usually what I do is, like, if I see that sort of stuff, then I'm like, well, I will just make the... Giant Oriole corpses fighting. Where is it? Oh, no. Oh, no. Also, bad news, chat. Mission was a failure. Dwarf died. Oh, no, never mind. Dwarf didn't die. Dwarf just doesn't have a sprite now. Let's see how it went. Okay, well, they did actually go through with attacking them. They clashed with 23 bobcats and somehow managed to escape unscathed. You're going to go out and do it again. Come on, Dwarf, you can climb out. Come on, Tun, you can climb out. No, Tun, why didn't you climb out? God damn it. Grumble. How dare. Also, Moreb, whose name I apparently typoed, died in the last fight. So, the more you know. Sorry for typoing your name. Skeleton. Ha! That's funny. Cassie the Sacred Lie has created a giant flying squirrel bow and hatch cover. That's a long name of a thing. And claims it as a family heirloom. That is an expensive fucking hatch cover. Hold on. I'm just going to throw it up here. Boyer you don't have, it was a Boyer shop. Happy to help. This is a giant flying squirrel, bow and hatch cover. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with octagon cut white chalistonies and table cut pink tourmalines. And rectangular conglomerate cabochons and encircled with bands of cushion cut red tourmalines and cave spider silk and radiant cut rose quartzites. This object menaces with spikes of giant flying squirrel bone and spider silk. Cool. Fancy. Let's get you to build out and grab more stuff. Same with all of you. So this right here can be powered. So we can get this body out of here. Just gonna take a little bit of work. I mean, turns out most dwarves need a shower anyway. This is like maybe the least the least efficient way to do this, but whatever. Looks funny, so I don't mind. Teaches the dwarf some swimming. Makes him a wee bit dizzy. There we go. Let's pump a little bit more stuff out because I'm sure somebody's looking for that helmet. Most certainly someone is. I had was a set of tall glass towers that were half submerged in water underground and then continued above ground, but they were simple because they were built in deep pits, and I just filled them with water afterwards. So what was the drowning count of the fortress by the end of it? Okay, Dwarf has returned, and Bismuth has risen and is haunting the fort. Does Bismuth have a coffin assigned? Actually, are people putting Bismuth into tomb? Basically, the one thing that's truly happened here is I can't really afford to do any big sieging or fighting with things until we get more migrants. Which we're just going to have to hope happens. And welcome, Lizards stole livestock. Well, at least you're up to the point where you're stealing livestock now. You... Free captives. Don't steal livestock. I kind of figured that he'd just go for the captives, but... Got an ocelot. Well, that's not what I need you to do, man. So we're gonna go all the way up here and kill these wild boars. Oh, your body's probably all the way up in here, isn't it? Wait, did you just... Oh, there you go. Alrighty, Dwarf Mom. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, I'm going to do this smartly. I'm going to actually group them up here. Save the game. Okay. Who has been buried, whose slab has been dedicated to him, but he still won't go away, then you haven't dedicated it to the right dwarf. Like, I guarantee you haven't. Or you haven't fully built something, or the body hasn't been fully buried. Because if you have a slab engraved and constructed, the ghost will go away, period. Or you've named the wrong person. I've had it happen before where two dwarves have almost exactly the same name, and I engraved the wrong one twice. So... even I'm not above that. So I would just double and triple check that you've got the right one. He's got one working hand, Pointy Python. What Urist is it? The left one. Actually don't know. It's 1 dead, 2 dead. 3 dead. Nice. As we go to bury Bismuth. Oh, the elves have arrived to trade. That's the most impressive thing of the last 90 minutes, chat. Is this a grown cage? That's the question. I think it is. One non-bearded dwarf. Coming right down the hatch into your perfect match. Where am I going with this? Shadow presents herself modestly, frowns on any flashy accoutrements, is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps even a bit foolhardily. She has trouble with this because she values self-control, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She is curious and eager to learn, and tends to avoid physical confrontations, but works to square this natural tendency because of her respective martial prowess. She is not particularly interested in, or she's not particularly ambitious, and she likes to take it easy, and doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and tries to cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind. She can handle stress, and she is pleased by her appearance and talents. This dwarf is perfect for the military. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally values self-control. She likes steel, star sapphire, clear glass, giant elk leather, giant snail tooth, and deer bone. Oh, deer bone. How art thou? Oh, dear bone, where art thou is maybe what I should be saying. She likes water buffaloes for their water wallowing, and the Pleaty balloon belladons for their shovel-like lower tusks. She prefers to consume giant hedgehog and thornback ray and tomato wine and one humped camel's milk and pendant amaranth flower and purple amaranth seeds, and absolutely hates snails. She has a narrow recessed chin and a clear voice, and her straight hair is dry, and her short hair is neatly combed. She is a member of the turquoise denomination, which does not yet actually have a temple, and you worship Tatan, who's the god of mercy and all that stuff. Well, that's fun. There's more of Bismuth that we need to find, because all we found is his teeth so far. I've somehow discovered another place studded with gems. Oh, I see. The dwarves went out into the cavern layer. That makes sense. There you go. Eric is hauling a corpse from somewhere to somewhere. What's the best way to declare war on goblins? I mean, if you don't want the risk of losing dwarves outside of your map, just attacking them is probably not the best idea. If you don't care so much about that, then just attack them. Just gonna get rid of this stockpile. This is kind of unnecessarily slowing shit down. There's Bismuth's body. Possibly correct in regards to that hell comment. So I think sending a messenger is most likely in all cases the safer option, as far as like your dwarves' survival possibilities. How long do these eggs take to incubate? God damn it! Uh-oh. Errol was found dead. What? Oh. Got another round of agitated giant crows. Chat. Ad's about to run. I gotta take this. I'll be right back. I hath done the returning. All right. I'm going to take you and say, go do clear. This is me trying... Oh, it's the fucking Barn Owl corpse. Oh, also that dwarf is either dead or back, so that's good, I guess. Yep, you're back. Found nothing, meaning they've either died or been taken captive. Yeah, I'm gonna say they were converted or killed, because there's only one prisoner listed there now. Or they escaped, which is rather unlikely. I'm gonna just steal their livestock, I think. Go grab your axe. Get in there. One dwarf squad. There we go. Trying to cut it up. Pretty good training, if nothing else. It's mildly annoying. Frosty Noodle here was very injured. He's gonna crawl to the hospital. Combined with the deaths from the pit construction, this was... Let's all find a pre-post, don't worry about it. In total, you lost at least 20 plus dwarves for the whole thing. Gotcha. Well, that's not too bad. I mean, could be better, but... Oh my god, that's not... ideal. It's just like, you know, this fucking guy right here. That's gonna take a second to kill. Can you... Wow. That's funny. An army is invading, commanded by a goblin named Angror. Can't see because UI is blocking, and he's a competent commander. You in what army? Like, actually, I'd love to know. Oh no, he's competent. I somehow I doubt that, but. She is a goblin army. A lone squatty. And I'm going to send my whole militia to right here. Oh, well, there's the ambush. Oh, my wordle. It seems like they found a giant Oriole corpse. Wait a second. I don't think this is the same. Chat, I don't think this is the same army. I really, actually, seriously don't think this is the same army. I think this is a completely unrelated, very different army. Ruh-roh. Shoutouts to this zombie birdie over here, who's doing a pretty good job, if nothing else, using up a lot of their ammo. Did you guys see that horse just like pop in down here? So this is an elf invasion. Also, 2 of my dwarves are found dead, apparently, which is kind of funny. That's an elf invasion, technically. And because that's an elf invasion, they will retreat when they run out of ammunition. So, they clearly ran out of ammunition. Oh, I should probably have done that first, but oh well. Okay, so siegers that are left. Just a handful of goblins, more or less. It's okay, I do think we have enough time to fortify this. They'll be out of arrows, yeah. So no, they used up all their arrows, so that is actually like a free win for us in many ways. How did Kulet do? Don't have reports yet because he hasn't actually returned to the map fully yet. Are they still fighting up there? No. Hold up. So the game's frozen. I think there's more to this army than we've seen. Yep, there we go. Yeah, there very much is. So this giant bird is here fighting with stuff that we can't see. So there's more on the map that we haven't encountered yet. There's also a ghost here. I feel like I should make a slab for old Bismuth. All right, hold on to your butts, chat. We need a big vile force of darkness. Biggest you can muster. Only happened to you once. I really love it when the goblins or multiple groups attack at the same time because it usually just means fucking chaos. Are they still fighting with that? Do I just charge them, chat? I'm just gonna fucking charge them. I'm gonna charge them with mild annoyance. It's a crime only a goblin could commit. We shall follow Avuz, the adequate Mark's Dwarf and leader of the squad. Let's see exactly what we're up against. For right now, whatever it is, there's enough of it that it's hurting my frame rate. Huh? I guess enough of them decided to retreat. We're gonna go clear the surface. What are you fighting with? Stray Ocelot? Oh, no, these are just straight up agitated Megacerops. We got more of them appearing. Well, that's fun. Especially because of how tough those are. We're gonna be dining good tonight, boys. Oh, boy. Well, that's one. That's two. Some pretty good training in that. Damn. And my one dwarf squad of one has arrived back once more, and no luck. It's time to turn off the burrow. No, it was definitely Mum holding the baby, but yeah. Sometimes I see that too, and it always makes me chuckle a little bit. This is a bit of a wild fight. Very brave kitty. Baby was riding a Mum, yes. Which also happens to be a very efficient soldier. So now we're just kind of sitting here twiddling our thumberinos until we get a migrant wave. Did I just see somebody standing in my well? No, I didn't. Okay, I just saw a shoe. I was gonna say, let's get rid of that ghost, but no. Okay. Take all these dwarves off of clear. We're gonna go attend meetings and do God knows what. Will they gather fruits from trees that are incorporated into your fort without getting stuck there? If there's a stairway going directly up and into the tree, yes, they will just go gather fruit from the stairway. Absolutely. And they do that kind of all the time, actually. Okay, so let's see. Can I actually trade anything with them? Let's bring this and see if we can. Because maybe they'll have something I can sell them. And also, try and bring that cage over here too. Trade, let's see what they have. Mandrill, black. They brought another one. Hold up. Okay, I do need to buy this. Don't fuck around. Don't screw this up. I'm just gonna go here. And put 2 nest boxes into here. And then go here, and then go cage. Nope. You go. Oh no, I don't think it's a breeding pair. No, it's not. It's just 2 female ones. Well, that's sad. I was excited for a moment there. Also, yes, you are correct. Eggs did in fact hatch. Assuming they're all nice. I feel like I should make this space bigger. I feel like I'm kind of not giving them enough breathing room. They've got 29 more, which I will forbid. Which is incredible. Look at how many there is. How many eggs do you lay? 13? Those are just gonna be turned into foodstuffs though. And some more migrants have arrived. Good news, every dwarf. It's time to wake up and eat some alfalfa beans. Because we've got a new wall of additions to the fortress. We do, in fact, have a chance. If, like, this is the biggest migrant wave since the start of the fort, especially 10 dwarves, ideal. Dope. Arrives already vengeful after joining an existing conflict. You'll love to see it. Start him off early, the way we like it. Too many stray Ryan Goslings. There's scrolls everywhere, trust me. We now have 67 dwarves. Hell yeah. Fighting with Kias, apparently. Allegedly. Looks like that Kia is just bullying my duckling, but... Probably a military unit, they do that? Yeah, especially if you don't have a, especially if you don't have any kind of, what's the word I'm looking for here? Any library when you start stealing them. Oh, wow. Giant eagles, those are new. Although at this point it does look like most of them are dead. A prehistoric elephant? You mean like a wobbly mammoth? Or is there another elephant? Just squished all of your starting 7 dwarves. That's incredible. This is what I get for thinking I could make some decent walls. Rip. Okay, let's just go down to that really floody room, which is this. Just deconstruct you. This whole space is a fucking mess. But the good news is I don't have that many tombs left, I don't think. If that's happening, it just means that your stream is desynced. If you hit play pause, it'll stop. It's one of the quirks that's unique to the Twitch livestream player. It's not optimal, but if you just hit play pause on the stream, it'll stop. Or if you just refresh the page, it'll also stop. My manager is throwing a tantrum. Well, that's a first. I guess it's time to get a new manager. Brother, you're fired. Time to go swap out the middle manager. Who's now Rel. It's wild that there's only ever 2 dwarves getting dealt with. Yay, we finally put all of Bismuth's teeth to rest, so Bismuth can now rest. How many are left? Still 2? The dwarf micromanager would be right next to the dwarf middle manager? Is that what you're suggesting, Volkov? Oh my god, there's still pieces of bismuth. That's incredible. Like all of his teeth got individually bashed out piece by piece. It's like all of these, they're just putting away bismuth. That's it. Are you calling my dwarves short? That's rude. I'm gonna pause those. What else can I pause? A lot of storing squad equipment. Where are you at? Just patrolling still? Are we actively fighting with things? Doesn't look like it. Take 5 dwarves. Is it more of Bismuth or is it somebody else now? Just caught an Afrovenator. Is that how you say that? How dare I? I guess I dare not. Or how dare I? Very consistently. I think it's... Nope. Never mind. There's something scary in the corner. It's 2 agitated Kias. Oh no, it's a friggin' itty-bitty baby parrot. Alright, well, let's just go up to this corner. And forbid everything in this corner. Is this corner scary? I'm also going to re-enable these burrows. I'm going to check my squads and see how well equipped they are. Not very, turns out. throw some additional dwarves in here, although I don't think Sax wanted to be in the military, so I'll throw somebody else in your place. Now we're going to go do a much more reasonable amount of hauling, a little bit more locally. Also, it appears that my stray elephant got dead-elephant. And it also seems that we're doing an efficient disposal of bodies. So good for us on that. You don't need to demand tribute. You can literally, like, now that there is... Okay, so if you have a messenger appointed, who I will give to, I don't know, this dwarf. And I go up to here, and I go click on anywhere that I don't have access to. And you click on this, click on diplomacy, and then make contact. That's starting trade. You just need to click done. So don't demand tribute. Just do that. That will start trade with anybody, and you can do that in any order at any time with no repercussions. Although if you make contact with goblins, they will just attack you. That's like saying, hey, I'm here, please come kill me. Smile. Shoot the messenger? I mean, only if the messenger attacks them. Dwarves do seem to be really enjoying the library, so that part's good. Out of all of the absolute travesties and calamities that have happened in this godforsaken nightmare of a fortress, if you want to call it that, it does seem like they're still relatively stable. That's all. I'm kind of amazed by this. And I'm going to let these dinos spread out and stretch their legs a little bit. Look at them all. What's ridiculous is just how many eggs they lay at a time. 29. Fucking 29, dude. Okay, this is kind of interesting. So, a little bit of under the hood stuff. Dwarves don't revel in the death of other creatures. Like, that's part of their hard coding, right? These were kidnapped from the elves, right? Captured. These were born here. Okay? So this one feels grim satisfaction after the forces of the Lucy Pass were defeated at Witchraptor. This one feels triumph after the forces of Lucy Pass were defeated at Witchraptor. That's bloody cool. Yes, that's what this is. Vakrak. So, I think that's kind of fun. I'm actually just going to take 2 of these squads right now and just put them off duty for a little bit. Animal Caretaker has created Rigoth Doranskog, a giant oriole bone door, and offers it to the unwelcome lizard. Dope. It's a bone door. Pretty cool, though. Bone door, absolutely. I'm going to need to see this. Also, we're in an ad break. I'll pause the game once this door is built. Okay, not as valuable as I'd hoped. But still pretty cool that it's made out of giant Oriole bone. What's the difference between Grim Satisfaction and Triumph? So Grim Satisfaction is like reveling in the death of others, which basically means that you are cruel and evil in Dwarf Fortress terminology. Triumph means that it's like the honorable equivalent, I guess. So it's like, hoorah, we did it, friends, versus, yes, they died, kind of thing. Does that make sense? Schadenfreude? Sure. It's like the difference between Schadenfreude and, like, Triumph, basically. Yeah, happy we survived versus happy they lost. Yeah. It's like, you know, kind of semantics in a lot of ways, but... Yeah, artifact doors are invulnerable, although, like, lava could destroy that door. But yeah, they're untoppable is the actual status of them. So much stuff's just being put away. A lot of items being put into this bin. You want to join for the purpose of eradicating monsters. What is the majority of the tasks? It's mostly just dumping jobs now, looks like. Golly gee, Batman. Let's just make 10 iron shields. But let's just get all of these dump jobs done first, I think. It's pretty cool. Astral Struggle. It's pretty cool. Content after a soapy bath, and then they get back to it. I'm actually gonna stop dumping up all this. It's just a little bit silly. Okay, so a lot of dwarves are actually getting, like, upset now. Also, the proposal for my negotiations to make contact with that other faction succeeded, so that's good. Down here... we are making iron shields. Gonna unpause all these. Finally, I'm unpausing all my jobs. It's been a while. See what you guys will grab. Get to begin grabbing shields once more. Interestingly, your first generations of emails have the Grim Satisfaction note. Because they're not yet Dwarven culture, I guess. But now that they've been raised in Dwarven society, they are better off for it, which is kind of funny. Okay, let's get these dwarves equipping everything again. What happened to you? No evaluated wounds. Now you have a crossbow. That's what we like to see. You're picking up everything that you need. There you go. Let's make 30 leather backpacks, because I definitely have 30 leather. Oh, by the way, somebody was saying that shearing a woolly mammoth, like a single woolly mammoth, gives like 40 pieces of wool, which is kind of incredible, actually. Let's make wooden bins. Wooden bins. What do I have the most of? I got 60 willow. I'm just gonna let them make them out of whatever. 50. Get to it, dwarves. Also getting some backpacks up in here. I need to make some more water skins as well. What other bars do I have? Just a bunch of iron, it looks like. Copper. Platinum. You down here. Start making bronze. Magnetite, that's what we'll do. And also, maybe platinum. I just love that there's so much more than just dinosaurs, though, Astral Struggle. That's my biggest thing. You get to see 2 DF streams in one day. Have we drowned any dwarves over here yet? I haven't, but have dwarves drowned? I won't deny it. No, it's mostly just... No, this fort is not sane. This has mostly just been absurdity and violence, but not, like, against water. It's been sieges and stuff that are way out of scale for what this fort is capable of dealing with. So, lots of wildlife agitation, marks dwarves, that kind of thing. So, no, this fort is very far from sane. I wouldn't ever think of making a sane fort after all. I'm just trying to re-equip my soldiers after a long series of battles. Although, chat room, I do have to say something. I think that the quality of the gameplay is going to be pretty downhill from here. It's been a very long week. I did a full day of editing on Monday, and then I streamed for 8 hours Tuesday, Wednesday, or 8 hours Tuesday, 6 hours Wednesday, 8 hours Thursday, and then 7 hours yesterday, and we're at 7 hours today. It has been a long work week for me, and I've got to finish that video before Monday. So I'm going to have a whole day tomorrow that I will be editing. I haven't actually announced what that project is yet, but I'm sure you'll see it soon. So I think I'm going to wind down for the day. We'll pick this fort back up on Tuesday. And this weird shoop-de-whoop face shooting a laser thing, or child on a sat pacifier, or fat dwarf with an axe, or whatever this is, will return then. But I do think that this fort has gotten off to a pretty fucking solid start. Although I will say, it just sort of like how YouTube chat has just pointed it, it's been a lot. Like this fort has been a lot, like a considerable amount. But aside from the fact that literally, like, what percentage? So, okay, more dwarves than I thought actually have bedrooms. Aside from the fact that most of the dwarves are still lacking some sort of basic amenities, I do think that things here are going tentatively all right. Very tentatively, but I do think that they're going all right. Don't run off, though, Twitch chat. We are going to raid somebody. YouTube folks, I am going to shut you down now. I do hope that you enjoyed the stream. Sorry to you who just tuned in. I do see that. But I will be working on an unannounced video project, which hopefully I'll have up next week. And yeah, I think that's everything. I will say, though, if you haven't yet, do leave this game a positive review if you enjoy playing it and if you like this update. Dwarf Fortress did lose its overwhelmingly positive review status a little while ago, which honestly isn't the end of the world. But I do hope that one day we'll see it earn that back. But YouTube folks, I'm going to shut you guys down now. If you do want to raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. But more than anything, just thank you very much to everybody who's been tuning in the past few days. It's been lovely to have a big crowd here. It's been the busiest chat that I've had since, like, the Siege updates. So I will be back on Tuesday, YouTube. We'll see you when we see you. Take care. Alrighty, Twitch chat. You guys ready to go yell at somebody over on the internet? I hope you are, because we're going to go raid somebody. Does anybody actually get got by the "you are now breathing in manual" thing? Because somebody just did that in the YouTube chat as I ended the stream. It's like, you forgot to breathe manual. I'm sitting here going like, I don't, does that actually get anybody? Like, does anybody actually get tripped up by that? Certainly not me. Anyway. I have a target.